Good morning, dear friends of social economy, authorities, speakers who will be with us today. Thank you for coming. Also, thank you to the trade union representatives and business people. Thank you very much for hosting this invitation that we extended so that we would have this meeting, which I think will be very, very interesting as it combines two questions that are actually current affairs and that complement each other. I'm talking about the demographic challenge, the way we can tackle the problem in Asturias, as well as social economy, which, after all, is being entrepreneurs as a group. So we see there is a problem in our environment and we decide to tackle the solutions or start the solutions from a business people association that, of course, can have different legal entities, but that's what it means, combining efforts so that problems are solved. And so cooperatives and also labor associations recently, for some decades now, managed to do so in a natural way.
También en el ámbito en el que hoy pues nos centramos, que es en el ámbito
As we can see today, for the rural environment, which is now being depopulated. So all of these problems, social economy has been approaching them and given solutions for over a century now. And so we thought it would be interesting to get to listen to the thoughts that you might share regarding both questions. I should like to use this opportunity to thank the Regional Minister for Science and the General Director of the Business Unit for their presence. They will address us during the closing ceremony. And I think that's been all. Thank you very much. Thank you to Marta Arango, who is the person who has managed the setting up and organizing this meeting. Without her, it would not be possible for us to be here today. And without further ado, I'd like to say hello to Borja, who's sitting next to me. Our regional minister will now take the floor. Thank you very much, Edmundo. First, let me join you in your gratitude words for all the colleagues from the government and representatives as well from different regional, national associations in the room, as well as colleagues from the Navarran government who are with us and the trade union reps. I see you there. Thank you very much for being with us. And let me also thank the experts, the panelists, the researchers, the different people who will now share their experience and knowledge regarding everything we've said, which is actually avant-garde for social economy. And today, the main reason why we're here today is making a point in Asturias joining the network of social economy. And as with any other network, we'll see that we'll get a chance to exchange practices, see what's working elsewhere, and also we will get to share whatever we learn, whatever we're doing in the field of social economy, so that others can take it as an experience elsewhere in other regions. That's what networks are all about. And of course, the intelligence of the network is all about the connections, the networking between the members. And I think that with this meeting, and if I go through all the talks that we have on the agenda, I guess we will be very much focused on the needs in the most rural areas, challenges, which, by the way, are also opportunities. And I think as part of the debate, we will also have relevant matters that we can follow so that we can face the challenges brought about by the demographic change, not just regarding birth rate, but also the population structure that, as I already said, has series of challenges, but a series of opportunities as well that we need to know how to make the most of. And so, what about social economy? I think it plays a very important role as part of this struggle in our fight against demographic challenge. And we need to use the new opportunities. Edmundo said it. So I'm the regional minister for science, and I saw people frowning. So let me explain what this is. During this term, in the regional government of Asturias, we've brought together science, business, training, and employment. So we're trying to do what Europe stated in the early 21st century for the knowledge-based society. It's all about bringing research, innovation, combined with job creation and business creation. This is what's said in Lisbon. And I think that one of the values that is stated by the social economy companies beyond figures, because it was mentioned that they are 10% of GDP, but from figures and job creation and business and turnover, I think it's all about the values. We need to highlight the values of all these societies. We're talking about solidarity, equality in the territory, and we also talk about sustainability in processes. Also, it's about bringing jobs and wealth to the regions and the areas that so much need it. And just like that, I think in Asturias we've taken an important step forward, and we've discussed it in the meeting of the steering committee for social economy in Asturias. We have the strategic roadmap, and we have different actions, which are 5 new aid lines, which, as we said last time, we will go through, we will review those. It's an open roadmap, and we can use and reuse what works well, and we can adjust what doesn't work so well so that it reaches out to beneficiaries and territories. So along those lines, and probably with other lines that we will find later, we can use all the potential offered by the different entrepreneurship formulae for social economy. And we're also working on changing the cooperative legislation, as we want it to be adjusted to the progression of the sector, which is, of course, not alien to what's going on in other sectors. Changes are happening faster and faster. They are more volatile. So we need it to be flexible as well. And so I guess this is a roadmap where we're all involved. There are different stakeholders. We have the government, we have the civil society and the social partners, as well as the most representative associations of the sector. And I think that is what we need to have proper strategies in place that we can then, as part of the government, will be able to translate them into aid lines that will be agile and very much in line with what's demanded. And that's been all for me. Let me just once again say that this is an important meeting, and this is the occasion we use to celebrate our inclusion to the social economy network. I'm sure that the conversations will be very much interesting. And so that's all for me. I hope you make the most of today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Regional Minister, for your words. And we have some other words of a person who cannot be in person with us today. But Alberto Licciardello would have loved to be here. He is the representative of the DG for in-house market, entrepreneurship and SMEs at the European Commission. He sent us a video. He's been kind enough to send us a video as he wanted to approach us. And we will share the video now.
Buenos días, un saludo desde
Morning,
Bruselas.
hello from
Quiero dar
Brussels.
las gracias
I'd
a
like
los
to thank the
organizadores por darme
organizers
la
for
oportunidad
giving me
de
the
dirigirme
chance
hoy a
to
ustedes y a la
address
ciudad de
you
Oviedo
today.
por acoger este
Thank you,
evento
Oviedo, for
de las
hosting
regiones
this
europeas
event of
de
the
la economía
European
social.
regions of social
ESA.
economy.
También quiero dar las gracias a la región de
I would
Asturias
also like
por
to thank
unirse a nuestra
Asturias
red
for
ESA.
joining our
Esta red
network.
reúne a más de
This
50
network brings
regiones
together over
europeas.
50
El
European
acto de hoy
regions.
es una
Today,
confirmación
we
más
see
de que
another
existe una
confirmation
firme
that there
voluntad
is a
de situar la
willingness
economía social
to
en un
place
lugar
social
destacado
economy
de su
in a
política,
highlight
de su agenda
position
política regional.
for the
Es en
political
los niveles
agenda.
local y regional
With the
donde la
local
economía
and
social
regional
está
levels
más
where social
arraigada y donde
economy
se crea
is more rooted,
crecimiento,
where there is
empleo
growth,
y valor social.
employment and social
A nivel
value.
europeo,
In
nuestro papel
Europe,
es
our
seguir
role is to
desarrollando la
continue
economía
to
social
develop
en
social
toda la Unión
economy
Europea
throughout the
y
European
permitir a
Union
los
so
emprendedores
that
sociales
social
empezar
entrepreneurs
y
can
crecer en
start
el mercado
and
interior.
grow in the domestic
Esto
market.
es importante para la
And so this
resiliencia
is
y la
important for
competitividad
resilience
de
and
nuestras economías
competitiveness
y
in
nuestras
our
sociedades,
economies
y
and
para llevar a
societies.
cabo con
And
éxito la
it's
doble
the only way
transición
to
ecológica y
succeed in the
digital
double
a la que nos dirigimos.
green and
Con la
digital
estrategia
transition
industrial europea y
following
el plan de
the
acción
European
europeo de
Industrial
economía
Strategy and
social,
the European
ambos
Plan for Social
adoptados en
Economy, both
2021,
adapted in
propusimos nuevas
2021,
medidas para
we put
impulsar
forward new
el
measures to
desarrollo de la
promote
economía
development
social
of social
a escala
economy
europea.
in Europe.
El Plan de Acción Europeo
And the
de Economía
European
Social
Action Plan for
establece
Social
la
Economy
visión
sets
política
out
más
the
amplia de la
widest
economía
political
social para la
vision of
próxima década.
social economy for the
Una de sus
next 10
iniciativas
years.
emblemáticas
And one of the
es la
champion
recomendación del
initiatives
Consejo
is the
adoptada
recommendation
el
by
9
the
de
Council
octubre
adopted
por el
on October the
Consejo de los
9th
Estados miembros
by the
de la UE.
Council of the
En
European
ella
Union
se
member
invita a los
states,
Estados
which
miembros a
invites
desarrollar marcos
member
favorables
states to
a
develop
la
favorable
economía social.
frameworks for social economy.
La política industrial de la
Industrial
UE
policy of the
incluye
European
la
Union
economía social
includes
y de
social
proximidad
economy and
entre los
proximity
14
economy
ecosistemas
in the
industriales
14
que son
existing industrial
importantes para la
ecosystems, which are
transición
important
ecológica
for
y
the
digital
green and
y
digital
para la
transition,
resiliencia
as
a
well as
largo
for the
plazo de la
long-term
economía de
resilience
la UE.
of the European
Una iniciativa
Union
emblemática en este
economy.
ámbito es
And
el
I would
itinerario de
also mention
transición
the
para el
transition
ecosistema
pathway
industrial
for
de la
the
economía
industrial
social
ecosystem of
y de
social
proximidad.
economy and proximity economy,
Lanzado en noviembre
which
de
was started
2022,
in
el
November
itinerario
2022, which is the
identifica
pathway
14
that
áreas
identified
de
14
acción
different
y
action
30
points or
acciones
areas
concretas
and 30
para
specific
lograr la
actions
doble
so that we
transición
can get the
de la
double
economía social.
transition of social economy.
Afectan a
And
todos los
they
niveles
actually have
públicos,
an impact on
desde
all
el
public
europeo al
levels,
local,
from
así
European
como a los
down to
agentes
local,
privados.
as well as private
Invitamos a las
partners.
partes
We
interesadas
invite
a
all the
contribuir en
stakeholders
este
to
itinerario
contribute
para
to this
conseguir una
pathway
economía
so that
social
we
más
can get
ecológica
a
y
more
inteligente.
green or a
Hasta
greener
ahora
and a smarter
hemos recogido
economy. So far, we have 173
Les
commitments,
invito
and I would
encarecidamente a
like
unirse
to
a esta
invite you
iniciativa.
to join this
Pueden
initiative as
contribuir
well, as you
proponiendo
can
nuevos
contribute
compromisos
your
relevantes
commitments
para su región.
which are relevant to your
Proponer una
region.
acción
We
es
can
una manera
also
de demostrar
give us
su
an action
liderazgo,
is a way to show
compartir sus ideas
leadership, to
innovadoras
share
y
innovative
expresar
ideas,
su
and to
apertura
express your
a las
openness
asociaciones.
to
Pueden
associations.
hacerlo rellenando
And
nuestro
to do so,
formulario
you just
en
need
línea.
to fill in
Nuestros
our
servicios
form,
también
which
pueden
is
ayudarnos
online, and
ofreciendo
our
apoyo
services
para
can give you
cumplir
the
su compromiso.
support you need to fulfill
Personalmente,
your
como responsable
commitments.
de la red
As
ESE,
head
me
of
alegra
this
ver a
network,
Asturias
I'm happy to
entre
see
la
that
comunidad de
Asturias is
regiones
now
europeas
part of the
que
European
apoyan
regions
activamente
that
la economía
actively
social
host and promote
y
social
confío en
economy,
que este sea un
embrace
día
social
útil
economy.
y
And I hope this
enriquecedor
is a
para todos
useful,
ustedes.
uplifting day for
Mucho
all of
éxito
you.
en
I
vuestras
wish you
iniciativas
success
y
in your
enhorabuena.
initiatives.
Muchas gracias.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues después de este saludo,
So after these
vamos a
words,
pasar ya a
we will now
constituir
move
la
on
primera
to the
de las mesas
first
para que
panel
comiencen ya
and
los
get
trabajos y
to
los
work
debates de la jornada. Muchas
and
gracias.
to discuss. Thank you very much.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Empezamos
We now
con la primera
start
mesa.
with the first panel. Thank you, Edmundo.
Estamos en la
And
jornada de reto demográfico y economía social, arrancando y
today's
con
topic
estas
is demographic
aportaciones
challenge
que
and
haremos
social
a la
economy
territorio.
without contributions to
Yo
the
soy
territorial
Gerardo
transformation.
Fabián,
I'm
alcalde
Gerardo
de
Fabián.
Cabranes, un
I'm the mayor
pequeño
in Cabranes, a
municipio de
small
Asturias que
municipality in Asturias,
caracteriza por tener un
which
todavía
has
reto demográfico.
quite
Somos el
the challenge,
municipio
as we
Asturias
are
más
the
creciente
municipality
mensualmente.
that is the one experiencing the largest percentual
También esa historia
growth.
de
And so
nuestra banda ancha en todo el
we
territorio
also
desde hace
have the bandwidth
casi
extended
2 décadas que
through
nos ha
the
puesto
municipality
en
as
el
we've
mapa.
had
Tengo
it for 2
conmigo
decades.
a Marcos,
And
Marcos
it's
Niño,
quite an
es el,
achievement. We have Marcos
actualmente
Niño with us,
el director
who
general
is
para el
the
reto
general
demográfico.
director for the demographic
Antes,
challenge.
mientras prepara su
And
primera
as
intervención,
he gets
quería
ready for
contaros que
his
Marcos,
talk, let me say
es
that
técnico
Marcos
de formación en elaboración de productos
has
lácteos y
been
guía de
trained
turismo
as
rural.
dairy producer and is
Fue
also
alcalde
a
de
rural
Santalla de
tourism
Oscos en
guide.
dos
He was a
mandatos,
mayor
en
in
el
Santalla de Oscos
99 y
in
en
2
el 15,
terms,
y
in
fue elegido
1999
también en
and
las últimas
2015,
elecciones de
and
mayo.
was also voted in
Del
May
2003 al 2007 presidió la
2003
comarca
2007.
Oscos-Ceo
He was
y
the
del
chair
11
of
al
the
12 fue
Oscar-Seo
director de política
County,
deportiva
and up to
en el Principado.
2012 was the
Del 15
director
al
of sports
19
policy at the regional
vicepresidente de la
government.
FAC, de la
15 to
Federación Asturiana de
19,
Consejos,
he was
y
president of the
actualmente, como
Asturian
decía,
Federation of
es
Counties,
nuestro
and as I
director
was
general
saying, he
para
is
el reto
general
demográfico.
director for the demographic
Directamente vamos a
challenge.
pasar a
We will
su
now move
introducción y
on
luego
to
ya
his
continuamos
talk,
con el debate.
and
Marcos,
then
cuando
we'll
quieras.
have time for a Q&A. Thank you.
Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning.
Volver a repetir las mismas palabras.
I don't wanna
agradecer la presencia de todo el mundo.
just repeat what has been said, just express my gratitude, as the regional minister said, and let me thank the foundation for setting up this meeting, not just this meeting, but the great work you do around the territory. You are a key to get people to stay and live in rural areas. I'm grateful for this invitation. When I got the invitation, I started thinking what to say, what to mention. I guess the challenge of getting people to stay in Asturias, well, it takes several lenses. As Asturias is very complex, as Asturias is it's wider but narrower depending on how you look at it. So it's very difficult to speak for the whole of the region and say there's just one problem. I'm from the northwestern area. We have our own problems, different from the southwestern area, not the same as the eastern area. Then there's the central area where there's no demographic problems because there's no depopulation there. But there are other, such as aging or the generational hand down. And so I'll focus on what I think is more difficult for the rural territory in Asturias. Mainly we talk about the mountains areas where I guess it's a bit more difficult to get younger people to come to make sure that they are not depopulated. And so I have this short video. Sometimes it's worth recalling why we are here, why this is happening. I think all the people in the room know what this is. Younger people, maybe Saturday afternoon, you're bored and you've seen this man talking about the same film. It's always the same film over and over. But I just want to get you to know where we are.
No, señor.
Who lives here? Are you living to Zaragoza? See your uncles? No, Barcelona. As a housekeeper. This was in the 60s. And you see, this is where we find ourselves now after all that happened. I think it's a good depiction of rural society. This was Zaragoza, but same Zaragoza, it happened in Asturias as well. How many people left? How many people left our territory? Well, you see 4 population pyramids in 4 municipalities in Asturias, center, west, and east. And you see the decrease in population happening mainly during the 60s, as when people leave the territory mainly to work with the heavy industry in Asturias. We have colleagues, actually this is my neighbor who went through this process, as came to the center of Asturias to work. And well, just what happened with the Franco dictatorship. It was about the expansion of the territories and the future of the territories. And so many buses took us out of the territory. They were crowded with people who were hopeful and excited. And so it is up to us now to make sure that those people that are retired or not, they come back to the roots, they come back to the land. As to get people to stay, we need people to come. If people do not come, we cannot get them to stay, as there is no people left. So those people who left, so the workers that went to Germany, 600,000 people, and left the rural area. And now we need to do it the other way around. We need to get those guest workers to come to us, to fill up our towns and villages so that they have a future in the territory. During the pandemic, there was a window open to us. Why is that? Well, when we were locked down, we were locked in our houses, people living in the rural area, we thought it was easier to endure the pandemic when you could keep your activity. There were orchards everywhere. I think tomato and lettuce production in Spain went up because people could not leave their homes and they just had to go to the orchard. So there was a new window of opportunities. There was life coming back to the villages, but then they left. Of course, there are some that stayed, but most left. We are fighting the neon lights and the aggressive trade situations. It's very difficult to fight it. There's a fashion now that is all urban. It's all urban. It's all about the cities. And maybe those lights, that marketing, that's what we need, so that it's appealing. And so they come to us, to the world. Well, I'm here in the city. I don't know why is it that so many people want to live here when my life is much better in my home village. So I don't get why. We talk about money, it takes money, and I think this is a good illustration. It's not about the money. You see the crane? The result is just the same. It ends up in the sea. So it's not just only money. There are so many factors involved, and that's the reason why our rural world gets to have a future. And all of us together, social economy, city councils, as I'm still a mayor, and that's my mindset. So many years that I've been a mayor, and you will see that, Gerardo, when your term's up. You will see that once a mayor, always a mayor, and that's how politics works. And let me give you an example, and I think it'll be pretty clear. The European Union has just passed very interesting policies, and in Spain, well, it has nothing to do with the crisis, the credit crunch in 2007, about bringing down expenditure. Now it's different, and there is policies, but it's not detailed policies, and policies need to be very much detailed, otherwise they don't work. In Asturias, the government knows this policy, and I would say we suffer it. The C19 digitalization, this is a policy all over Europe that was in regions and states and even countries, because in Asturias for 25 years now we've been working on the rural digitalization with telecenters, as we call them. So we have access to funding, but just the other way around, it also happens that we need other types of funding so that we can have a precise policy. It's necessary to be close to where people need us. As the regional minister said, innovation is crucial. The latest innovation in the rural area, as I see it, has been rural tourism. And it has had quite an impact, especially back in the 80s. That's when it starts in Asturias with groundbreaking policies
política conservadora de
were
aquella
the
época,
conservative
estos
policy
titulares
of the time.
correctos,
By the way,
si
these
que
are
somos
two
incorrectos,
headlines which are the
nos
right
pasaría.
one, because
Y aquí volvemos al
I
mismo,
could
los que
blush,
somos mayores,
because
os acordaréis
if you're
perfectamente
older,
de
you
aquellos
probably
titulares de la
remember
Nueva
all
España
those
cuando
headlines in La
en
Nueva
vez de la rectoral iba a
España
ser un,
criticizing
no voy a
that
decir el nombre, que
La
todo el mundo se nos viene a
Rectoral
la cabeza,
Hotel would
aquellas
be,
críticas
well,
tan
you know, there were names said out loud, there was too much
esa fue la
criticism,
la
and
última gran
this was the
innovación,
latest great,
repito, desde mi punto de vista,
the
que ha tenido
latest
el
great
mundo rural, que ha sido
innovation
un
that the
acierto.
rural world had, and it was
Y ahora
quite a
venimos a hablar un
success.
poco de lo que tenemos que
But
hacer
what about what
para
we
que la
need to
gente
do
ese reto de la permanencia
to get people to stay
se cumpla, ¿no? O sea, es pensar en el arraigo, en el sentimiento
is
de pertenencia,
about
en el sentido
belonging,
de comunidad.
is about
Y nadie
community.
mejor que el
And
tercer
I
sector.
think
Ahí veis
that's
por
what
aquí,
the
porque todo el
third
mundo
sector
nos conoce.
is the best fit.
Desde la dirección general
You
de
see in
Comercio
Asturias, you
estamos
all
trabajando con
know
ellos.
this,
La verdad es que,
and we're working with them,
si no existían,
with the
teníamos que
ERAS
crearlos,
Foundation.
porque
And
son
without
como los
them,
panes y los peces,
well,
se
we would
multiplica
need to
un
have
euro,
them,
inversión,
because you invest
lo
€1
multiplican por
and
10
they
o por 20.
multiply it by 10 or
Para que
20.
esa permanencia sea
So
efectiva,
for
primero hay que
the
empezar a
people
trabajar
to
desde
stay, get the
el
people
ámbito de
to
la
stay, we need
infancia.
to
Tenemos que
work with the
cambiar
children.
ese chip
We
de
need
que
to
hay que
change
abandonar el
the
pueblo, que
mindset,
vivimos
this idea
mal,
that they need to
mejor
walk
la
out
ciudad,
of the
no,
village,
mejor la
that they would
vivir,
have a better
con
life in the
servicios de
city.
calidad.
We have quality services. We need to provide socialization, which is important, and for that you need the third sector, you need sports associations, culture associations. You are the true dynamizers. You're the ones who make it possible for the territory to stay alive. And as you can see in Asturias, I don't want to mention some municipalities over others, but what about Bologna? It's a very much alive territory. Even Oscars, my home, there are several associations that brought back the association fabric and the cultural life. That sector is crucial, as I said. And of course, always with a gender-based perspective, without the woman, without the innovation, both of them together, we have no future. They both need to stay so that people get to stay, people get to live. I think you, people from Asturias, know them, these girls and women on the picture, and they are innovating. What about without Rosa? What about the territory perfume? What about Allende Star? And what about the eco farmer in Oscars? And what about the Cabrales cheese maker? These are women and the gender-based perspective. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to achieve. But I guess the cornerstone is going back to the village. We need to repopulate Asturias. Without the repopulation of Asturias, will be empty. Without people, it is undoable, and you will play quite the role there. As when it comes to repopulation, there has to be a governmental approach, but then when the people come, they need to be included. That's the work you do, the great work you do with ERAS and PRIAL, and then socialization. We humans are social beings. If we are in a deserted area with a palace, that's great, but we won't be there because we just want to be surrounded by other people. Another important factors is objectivity and subjectivity. As I'm from Oscars, this is advertising, same as with Coke. Whenever you can promote Coke, you promote it, right? So this is my village. And this is a sad picture. It is overcast, but there are also the blue sky. So objectively, we have better life than we used to have. I'm 50-something, and the services in the 80s, when there were more people than now, had nothing to do with what we have now. So we see it subjectively, and we do not analyze the territory as it should. It's not the whole picture. Sometimes we don't have a doctor, true, but what about the overview? And probably Paco Priesca will explain the technical side of it. How many services do we have? What opportunities for development are there for us? And then the European Union always talk about the triangle, housing on the one hand, and then employment, and then services. I think that goes beyond that. It's more than that. as
tengamos
in
100.000
Asturias we have
vacías,
100,000
100.000 viviendas con
homes
conexión eléctrica,
empty that
datos
have
del
power,
SADEI,
and we have official
se
data
caracteriza por algo es por la seriedad y por la objetividad.
which are
100.000
objective
viviendas con
data. So it's
conexión
100,000
eléctrica.
flats
Hay
that
que innovar,
have
hay que hacer nuevas
power.
políticas, hay que
So it
arriesgar.
takes
Nos
innovation, it
criticarán como
takes
la
a
electoral.
risk. Of
Seguramente
course,
nos
we'll be
critiquen, pero ahí
criticized.
tenemos que estar.
Sure, we'll be
Hablamos del
criticized, but we
transporte.
need to
En la
make it
era-
anyway. What about
en la era
transport?
de más vehículos
We
de
have
motor
the
que hay en el mundo. Y
the
en Asturias,
largest
como
amount of
en cualquier
cars
lado.
around the world,
En los 80
and
en mi
just the
casa había un
same.
coche y lo
In
utilizamos poco,
the 80s, we
y
just
ahora
had
en mi
one
casa,
car
que
that we
hicimos,
barely used,
tres,
and now we
tenemos
have
15.
3 cars.
Con lo cual,
So we were 3
es
people, and we have 5
hay que
cars.
innovar, hay que pensar,
That's
hay que,
quite the paradox. We need to innovate, we
tener,
need to think.
una perspectiva de futuro y no
We
pensar
need to be
como,
forward-looking,
nos hace mucho daño en el
and
rural, no son las redes sociales,
it's
todo el
not
mundo puede
just
opinar
social
sobre
media.
todo y queda ahí,
And social media, well, everyone gets an opinion, and the snowball keeps growing. People say, well, we don't have a transport. You want regular transport for all 6,000 villages in Asturias? That's not an option. We need to innovate. And as a dear friend says to me, what's most important in politics, we sometimes think we have 2 mouths and 1 ear. That's how we politicians or policymakers work, but we need to change it around and go back to having 1 mouth and 2 ears, and I'm here to listen to you. Thank you very much, Marcus, for your talk. I think you deserve an applause.
Bueno, tocaste todo, desde el principio hasta el
I
final.
think you mentioned it all,
Yo quería que si
end to
tuvieses,
end. And so,
alguna duda,
if
quisierais
there are questions,
interactuar, sería
if you
una
wanted to
maravilla,
interact,
no interrumpir
it would be
y
great.
poder participar.
And
Quería empezar
before
por
that,
incidir,
let me
mencionaste
mention
muchísimas
this.
cosas interesantes.
You have
Entre ellas,
commented on so
tenemos
many
vecinos
interesting
de Cabranes
things. We
haciendo,
have people
participación
from
y modelos en
Cabranes
Piloña, que Piloña también a su vez
working with us in
municipio
Piloña.
vecino. Y un poco por comparación, hablabas antes de
And you mentioned as well the gender-based perspective and the fact that it has to be present in every aspect of it. And can you help us with the demographic challenge, and so that is cross-sectional, that it gets everywhere, to see how we can see it on our daily lives beyond the political strategies? Can you give us an example how our demographic challenge is present cross-sectionally?
I think it has to be more cross-sectional. And in May, the law of demographic inclusion will be passed. Then we'll have a tremendous ally. And we have to think big when we think about the future of Asturias. And I say this so that all the parliamentary groups, of course, we know that not all of them will vote in favor of this law, but certainly we hope that many of them will. And it has to do with cross-sectional tools that will be very useful for the demographic challenge. Because we talk about the government, not just this one now, but the governments that can come, that may come in the future, giving them a working tool that they can use to face this demographic challenge. This has to be kind of more of a marathon as opposed to a sprint. We can't undertake measures that are good for now, but later on, who knows? We need measures that will last over time. And so I think the passage of the law of the democratic challenge will be an important tool. So there was a small novelty, so to speak, and a little bit of progress on the government front. We began to have not only policies, but also funding. Policies are fine, but if you don't have funding, they will be difficult to execute. So I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit, particularly with regard to profitability, social economy, excuse me, and funding, how are they evaluated, and how can we have profitable demographic policies here and in other places? Well, we're not just going to praise ourselves, of course, but I do think Asturias is a benchmark in terms of the challenges of the rural territory. I think we have representatives from the Asturian network here, and I think we are a benchmark to be repeated across Spain and in all of Europe. And I think we are often held up as a benchmark for good practice in the territories. This is a very precise and scaled economy. And so we go to the parish level in Asturias. The social policy, I think we also have a very clear view. So I think I don't have the data with me. I'm sure there's studies of how much is that investment multiplied by. And I think this is where we have to pay attention as well in terms of the rural communities. Because for public funding to reach a small parish, it's very difficult. But there is a sector there, and that policy can reach that sector. So we need to be able to use these policies in order to be able to improve the quality of life for people living in rural areas. And you mentioned it's kind of like the líder. It's kind of our salvation. I always say I'm the son of a leader. I'm not just referring to my father, who was a leader, but I am the son of a leader, because without the leader funds, I would not have stayed where I am. So I am the son of the leader policies. I always say that. I'm very proud of that. They've helped us tremendously. And I think we have to continue along those lines. Precisely. I wanted to mention to you, earlier, we spoke about the demographic challenge and not seeing it as something that's tightly girdled, if you will, but as a response to change. And we have to look at our situation, and we have to have these responses to the changes that occur. So what challenges do you think we have with these rapid changes in populations? What responsiveness do we have? What ability to respond do we have to these changes? As I said at the beginning, we have to think short, mid, and long term. And now, of course, we have to pass very short policies right now, because if we don't do that, they will be totally wiped out in terms of population. So we have the very short term has to be right now. In this year, we're going to be carrying out a pilot project in return to the rural areas. We're going to pass this. We're going to see if it works. And as a result of that, if it works, we'll have to spread it throughout Asturias. Other areas that have demographic areas, of course, which is not your case. We have to imitate, copy, and learn from the model of Cabrales. 28 nationalities are present in Cabranes, 28 nationalities. So considerable population is people who have come to Cabranes, so you have a very important thing. So where are they? They're in the center of Asturias, so there are 28 areas around that. We're not in the center of Asturias. It'll be more difficult, but we can do it. Yeah, we have 138 foreigners of less than 200,000 population. It's true. In this regard, and along the lines of what you were saying, it's not so much a demographic challenge of attracting population to Cabranes, because we don't have a lot more real estate available for them. But instead, it's a matter of working on policies of peaceful coexistence, so to speak, to create cultural spaces for understanding, so that we can create a single society from these different nationalities. So if you could imagine a dystopian perspective, how do you think the current measures can be adapted to a radical change of scenario? Well, you said this. The challenge is not so much bringing people to Cabranes. The challenge, even though it sounds horrible and politically incorrect, we have to get them to mix. There has to be interaction between the people who are originally from the area with those neo-rural people, which is a term I'm not so keen on, but there you go. And this is a very important challenge, of course. creating associations and sports, schools, social events. We can see that in the town square. And these kinds of things are elemental and crucial, because without them, we'll have a ghetto. And we've already had that experience in Europe, and I don't think it's an experience worth repeating. Yeah. Yeah, we can never give up. Always creating meeting places, cultural spaces, theater, art, music, in order to bring the people together. And I think all of this is very important. And tying in with this, citizens' participation. I think this is also key to the demographic challenge, in order to empower the community to generate new ideas as a whole. What direct proposals are included in all of this? I think you've put your finger right on it. We have to articulate it as it needs to be articulated, which is the CIC. It was created by the General Secretary for the Demographic Challenge, and throughout Spain, it's being set up, and it has landed in Asturias. The figure that we were looking for the network and CETIC, we need participation. We've been in this first phase for the last 2 months, and it's just pure participation. We've met with the mayors in rural parishes, associations, regional areas. We're currently conducting a survey of 400 different kind of actors in the municipalities, the leaders there. And so this is a key thing, as well as I think we have to be able to accumulate all the information from the territory and make it available to them, and through territorial innovation. And we have someone here who will speak much more wisely about that, Pablo, and that's also vital. I don't want to say it's the last, but certainly one of the last opportunities we have to keep the rural area alive. On the coast, of course, it's easier to get people to move back to there. It's going to be a climate paradise with the climate change that we're seeing now. In the coast, it's easier. Inland, it's more difficult, of course. And speaking with the regional ministry here, and you've seen that it's difficult to get people to live there. It's far from everything. In cities, you have to have the same services in the rural areas as in the urban areas, but that's just totally impossible. I mean, you're not going to have the shopping mall down the street. But there are other things that will improve your life a lot more. I think the main tool is the Center for Territorial Innovation, and I think the policies that address the loss of population, etc. So we're talking about meeting spaces, cultural spaces, spaces for entrepreneurship, and centers for innovation. So with respect to this center, and you spoke about technology and innovation, so in that regard, we know that it does improve quality of life, the importance of communication and connectivity. So what success cases or technological proposals do we have for the coming years that address the demographic challenge? Right now, the state has expanded the bandwidth necessary throughout the regions with its deficiencies and installations, but it is reaching every point, and we always have, of course, the satellite that provides the connectivity. So I think that part's been covered already. For better, for worse, in some places, of course, that surgical type of policy that I mentioned before to determine exactly where something needs to be implemented, well, that's covered by the satellite. Success cases, the center of innovation in the rural area in a parish, a small parish in Villaviciosa, and there are people who are working there for innovation in the territory. That's obviously a success case, probably the best success case in Asturias and possibly in all of Spain. I also want to make my contribution in terms of success cases. I mentioned it to you before, and I'll say it again. In Cabranes, we have bandwidth since 2017 with 100% of the territory has the necessary bandwidth and has done for more than 10 years. That's just a technical opinion. In terms of the satellite, there is a latency involved there. No matter how good the technology is, the satellite is far away. And fiber optics, of course, is a solution. And it's been providing its benefits, and probably 25% will have that throughout the territory. And with that, we were able to increase population at that point and really create kind of a settlement. In talking about productivity and efficiency, models for innovation, we know that we have a very changing, ever-changing demographic profile. So what new focus do we have for the economy, or what can be put into practice to create wealth more efficiently? The first image, I wanted to reflect the innovation. Kiwis, we have to adapt to change, of course. In the rural areas have always adapted to change, and they still have the capacity for growth. Years ago, there were no kiwis here, and now we can see many kiwi plantations. With the climate change, it's a disaster, but it's also provided opportunities, because we always talked about the energy crisis, but we have to talk also about food. We have to eat every day. So with the new policies that the European Union wants to put into practice, will provide many opportunities in this regard. The important thing is first to be dynamic, for the administration to be able to adapt to the dynamism of the economy. As you know, the administration, there are many directors, and we suffer this daily. Sometimes we want to do things, and then when you get the report that you've asked for, then we have to start tweaking and changing things. We have to be more daring, and because otherwise we will just be left behind. Now, the new populational structure and migratory flows, so to speak, because there are certain movements. You referred earlier to the exodus that took place in Cabranes. We are the municipality in Asturias that is growing the most, in percentage terms, 15%. But we also have the most immigration. For every inhabitant that we have there, we have 2.5 outside of Cabranes. And so we can see that the structures are changing. What factors do you see as contributing to these changes, and what measures must be undertaken to take advantage of this? In Asturias, the Direction General is going to be undertaking what we're finding is that there's a third generation of people from Asturias who are born outside of Asturias. So we have to try to recover this. Roots are very important. If you have roots, then you can put in a graft, and we know that that graft can live or not, survive or not. But if you plant something with the roots in place, then we know for sure what that plant will take. So those people who, unfortunately for us, are in Latin American countries, in South America, and they're undergoing political challenges and struggles there. So we have to make an effort to recover those people in your own municipality. For every person you have living in Cabranes, you have 2.5 people from Cabranes living outside of the municipality. So I think It doesn't sound very nice, but we have the same language and we have the same roots. And so with those roots, what we have to do is undertake the work to bring them back. The Office of Returns will be started up very shortly. And through that office, people can return. We know of cases, and sometimes we're asked for aid to be able to come back from people who've moved to England and to Germany. And I think the idea, above all, of the UK to leave the European Union has had its impact, and there are people who are wanting to come back to Spain. Our immigrants are those who are living outside, but we also have new residents living in Cabranes. A neighbor is a neighbor. The neighbor is the person who lives in Cabranes, in our case, historically. And so in this regard, with this new demographic context, which is constantly evolving, when we think about the new generations, the base is always in education and training. So to what degree are we working on new learning models to be prepared for this new context? Well, the context, of course, is difficult. How can we get these people to be integrated into the community so that we don't have separate paths? And I think in education at school, of course, is key. There's a state law that we have to comply with. But I think particularly in extramural activities, that's also very important, because if we sow these good practices amongst the children, so that we don't have some playing on the one hand, the other one on the other hand, we want them to play together. And from the bottom up, the children will have their effect on the parents, of course. I know that when I was little, the epicenter of the family was not the child, it was the parent, typically the father. But nowadays, it's kind of the other way around. And so, through the child, they take you to a birthday party, and so you begin to socialize with some of the other parents. And, the birthday parties almost look like weddings. But it's a good opportunity to mix, to get to know each other, to socialize, and that will be the future, I think, in terms of these two populational niches, the people who are original to the community, so to speak, and those who move into the community. So, pillars for the new populational structure, education, training. So again, development of infrastructure and services. How do you perceive the public-private participations or partnerships in the role of bringing in infrastructure and services? Well, I think this is very important. The European Union has definitely framed that very well in the third sector. It has its advantages. We don't have problems to reach agreements in terms of business activity. It's a little bit more difficult because, again, the administration has very tight constraints, and so it does make it a little more difficult to achieve that public-private partnership beyond the typical calls. But again, to reach the parish level, the smallest settlement, these measures need to be a little bit more flexible, because sometimes a need or a vital project comes up, and hopefully you'll be able to reach the Vallador parish. But there may be a business plan for Vallador. It comes up, and maybe you need a very agile tool to be able to undertake it. I don't want to give data or names because it hasn't come quite into being yet. But this can be a problem for us. Sometimes there is a project, but then the problem of the flexibility of policies can be difficult. We see the different parliaments here, European, state, regional, and local city councils. So unfortunately, I don't have a magic wand for this. If I did, then it would be a success, of course, because all the autonomous communities would be calling Asturias to find out how are you able to make that tool agile. And finally, before we open the conversation to the audience, in recent years, with the pandemic, much has been said about resilience, the ability to respond to something. In terms of the demographic challenge and the new challenges that communities face, what measures do we need to undertake to be able to achieve that resiliency or resilience? The European Union is mentioned. We have to have kind of a polyhedron of different policies. Some have to be short-term, others have to be long-term policies. Throughout this year, self-employed people in the rural areas of less than 3,000 inhabitants will have an aid. So I think if you receive 200 euros in to aid for self-employed workers for your contribution, when typically you would be paying 300, that aid is a significant improvement. Oftentimes, I think there have to be tax policies, education, living. So there are all different sides in this polyhedron that we have to use to be able to meet and raise ourselves up to the challenge of the populational demographics. We'll never see the villages, I believe, particularly in the mountains, full the way they were in the 60s and the 70s, but we hope that at least they do not die year after year. Those figures that see the measures of tax authorities and innovation measures, perhaps not in this legislature, but I'm sure these measures will give their fruits. And taking advantage of my book, no. Taking advantage of the microphone. I think the demographic challenge has really come to the fore, and the book about the emptied Spain, I don't like that title at all. And I think it's a good thing, but we have to always be on the front page. Because, well, unfortunately, typically we're on the front page because of something that didn't go right, the landslide, what have you, negative. No, we have to be on the front page with the positive news, the good things that we can share, because they do exist. So we have 5 minutes, 1 minute for conclusion, 4 minutes for question. Who's going to be the first one to break the ice here? What topic would you like to ask Marcos Niño about? I'm not sure. He's a neighbor of mine. Please speak Spanish. Good morning. I would like to congratulate you for your presentation. Marco, you're still passionate. And I think as a politician to head up this demographic challenge, I think is an important challenge. But I'm sure that with the passion that you bring to it, you'll find results. It's a fundamental pillar for Asturias. If we don't fix this, Asturias will have serious problems. We have to move forward. Now, this is true. You were the very best mayor in Santa Eulalia de los Oscos. And I'm sure that in your new job, you'll be able to do it with great difficulty. So the question is for the mayor. Now, listening to you, I have to say that you did put your finger on several little buttons with respect to your municipality that you're doing very, very well. I am from the rural area, and I was speaking with Marcos ahead of time. And I have to say, I don't have ideas for this problem. We must, we should, we know that this is a problem for the future, or solutions for the future, not for today, but I think you're doing very well. So please sum up something, tell us something about these ideas. In that regard, we were analyzing it just before this seminar. And again, there are many factors that are involved here. Cabranes, for the last 20 years, had the tremendous opportunity to attract large investment between 2003, 2013, which was when almost everything was done: communications, train, telecommunications, residence for elderly people, for seniors. And all of these things are there, and that drives it tremendously. The fact that we're in the geographic center of Asturias is also a tremendous privilege. And in the last decade from 2014 until right now, in the 2014-2013, we underwent a huge a challenge, but from then we've been recovering from 2014. So this new residence, not in pandemic, in Cabranes, that residence is from 2014, not 2020. In 2020, it was a false residence because second houses were being occupied for different reasons, but then they went back to where they were before. So we don't have the solution. I wish I could say we did, but we do have the commitment to work in real time, as we did with citizens' participation, which I think is the key. Everyone has to have a hand in this. If we're first line is the populational policy, but the population itself is the first line in terms of giving you answers to the questions and the information you need. Why has the new model of Cabranes attracted population? We are able to have a good quality of life is a set of many factors, as I mentioned previously. And beyond committing to responding in real time to the analysis of the situation and establishing answers, and of course the public-private collaboration has to be there necessarily. But really, we don't have a solution to say that if you do this, this will be the result and things will go swimmingly. But we are committed, and the responsiveness to any type of situation, we do everything we possibly can to overcome that. I was wrong. I should have just shut up. Because I said he was someone who lives in my area, but of course, with the question, things look a little diluted, if you will. A final question? 1 minute. Hello, good morning. I'm Eloy from the leader group in Entre Cabos. And when listening to the parishes of Valledor, I'm very familiar with the area. I worked there for several years. I don't know all of everyone, but almost everyone by name and surname. It's quite easy. There's not a large population. But this is just kind of food for thought, I guess. I think the key is the triangle, living, employment, and services. But there's another factor, and that's a social factor. There's a populational factor there in those areas like Valledor, and we see that it's kind of broken. What comes to mind for me is a family, a young man who I met a long time, and he created some rural houses there. He got together with a woman, they had their family, and not long ago I went there and he said, no, he already left. No, now he's gone to Cangas and El Narcea. And so he sold the places, and he sold the house and sold it to a woman from Barcelona who's teleworking there. So when we come to a place that has such a small population, there are different reasons why people leave their areas, despite the fact that they are people who are in love with their original homeland. You mentioned it previously, you know, that I'm from the coast, the western coast. There's a big difference between the coast and the inland area. On the coast, apart from better communications, I think we still have that populational minimum that you have to have there. What's difficult is to get back to this population minimum from these demographic deserts. Yeah, the figures talk about a demographic desert. The people who remain will be leaving. If you're young, you don't have anywhere to go. Although, of course, networks, it's, you know, it's not like it was when we were kids where you were able to play out on the street. But the socialization is very important. We have to have the shop, and you've got to have a bar. If you don't have a bar, as soon as a village closes its bar, then that's the end of its social life. It's the end of the village itself. So what's that magic number? And that's what the mayor of Cabranes mentioned. It's a figure. We have to know that without any socialization, no matter what communication, no matter what policies, you just won't be able to retain population.
We have one question left, but I don't know if we have time. Yes, of course. One last over there. We come from a cooperative working on social innovation in the rural environment. And for us, most of the initiatives we support are under the radar. So how will you make sure that social economy is visible? And how do you make sure that they are resilient? Because they are, and they are not expecting for any kind of aid or support. They're just moving forward. So how can you respond to that? What are the institutions going to do? Well, it's a game we will win. We know each other. I know you, heard you, I fully agree. And that's what I said, that investing €1 means that your return is 10 times that. And we are sure in the government, we are all for action. So we are convinced. We just need to convince the financial side so that they realize that we really need to have you, that you are crucial to the territory. So this is that. Otherwise, we cannot get to the micropolitics from the Asturian government, but you can. And I think the law will be favorable, as we will create an observatory for the government where we will have a member of every regional ministry to tackle the demographic challenge. The minister has it going, but in the Asturian government, we will get started as soon as the law is passed. And today, we have a few people, some of them will be at the observatory, but we need to know that we need to convince those with the IRS. They need to produce an easy tool so that we can get to what you just said. Our colleague, yes. Just as a final thought, first, congratulations. As your neighbor and friend says, when we listen to you, we all feel excited. Sometimes our spirits go down and we find it difficult to keep moving. But in my unit, the leader is well known, and it's been working for years now, and it's important. But as part of this polyedric figure you mentioned, I think there is a lack of cooperation. And so, as part of this new period, we really insisted on the new measures for cooperation, as sometimes we fight our own battles but separately. And as part of that multifaceted approach, we need more cooperation. We need to insist, as you said, on the role of women, as I discussed it with my namesake, Begaña. We had people from Guinea asking about the policies in Asturias, as they are going through what we went through in the 60s, everyone going to the coast or the industry. We depend on the European policies mainly for any topic, but you don't. You need to have those policies that are women-centered. Without them, if they are not in the rural area, so policies aim at women, especially in women in childbearing age. And training and belonging, that's what you need. Just a thought. Thank you very much. Very good. Very good idea.
Lo vemos todo. Vamos.
We all
Bien,
see
nos
it.
despedimos
So,
compartiendo un análisis conjunto,
our
dando
final
gracias a
works
la
is
Fundación para el Fomento de
this
la Economía
summary.
Social,
Let me
Marta
thank
Edmundo, sus
the
responsabilidades
foundation,
por
Marta
organizar estas
Edmundo.
jornadas.
You're wonderful for
Un
putting this
honor
meeting
ver a
together.
tanta gente
It is an
conocida
honor to see
compartiendo
so many familiar
y simplemente,
faces.
pues,
And
esa sensibilización que tenemos todos de
we
que
all need
avanzamos
to
hacia
be
un nuevo modelo de
sensible as
territorio
we are that we
participativo,
are moving towards a new
con, espero, nuevos modelos de
participation-based territory
financiación,
with, I hope,
donde la
new
zona rural
funding
tenga un peso
methodologies
más
where the
específico
rural
de lo que tiene actualmente.
environment is more important than it has been so far. And just to do all of that, so that it's not just a dream, but a reality. We have the top capital human to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning.
Gracias por
Thank
asistir
you
a
for
esta
being here with
jornada.
us at this
Lo
meeting.
primero que me
First
gustaría,
thing I'd like to say
comentar es felicitar a la Fundación
is
para el Fomento de la
congratulations
Economía
to
Social
the
por la
foundation
organización de
for
este
organizing
evento.
this
Marta y
event.
Edmundo, pues,
Marta
enhorabuena,
Edmundo,
creo que
congratulations. I think this is a wonderful event. You've organized something wonderful. You've
muy bien, enhorabuena
used your
por el
time
impacto y el éxito de
to make sure it was a success. So
Sin duda, también me
congratulations.
gustaría, en este caso,
And
personal, pues, agradecer
I
que se haya
also like to
acordado
thank them
emprendimiento
for
y
remembering the
el papel que
entrepreneurship
tiene el
chair
emprendimiento
and the
en
role of
toda-
entrepreneurship
en todo este reto
as
demográfico
part of the
que
demographic challenge.
ni mucho menos despreciar el papel que hay
Of
a nivel
course,
social, pero yo
there is
creo
the
que,
social
como economista,
side,
a nivel,
but as an economist,
económico, yo creo que es importante
I
garantizar
think it is
las
important
habichuelas y
to
luego poder pensar en otras cosas, porque
make
si
sure
no
that we have the
tenemos un medio
basics.
de vida, yo creo que
Without
es difícil
a
retener a la
way
población.
to make ends
Yo creo que
meet, we
son
won't be able to
complementarios,
keep
pero
the
es
people in the
importante
territory.
el emprendimiento en
So I
el mundo,
think
rural
entrepreneurship is very important in the rural
para este reto.
environment,
Me gustaría
mainly for the demographic
presentar a las
challenge.
personas que me
Let
acompañan
me introduce you to the
en la
people
mesa.
sitting next to
A mi
me
izquierda,
at the table.
Rocío
We have
Villa González,
Rocío
de
Villa
Asata,
González with ASATA,
brevemente licenciada en Derecho por la Universidad de Oviedo,
has a degree in law
y tras un breve
by the University of Oviedo,
y aseguradoras, creo que
and has
pasó a
been
ejercer
working
la
with several
abogacía
companies before
y
moving
pasó
into
desde
her own
2021
law
responsable
firms.
del área
Since
de emprendimiento y
2021, is in
contratación
charge
pública
of
y
public
financiación
procurement
municipal.
and entrepreneurship.
A mi derecha, pues,
Then we have Isabel Díaz Pérez
Cooperativas Agroalimentarias del Principado
with
de
the
Asturias,
COAPA,
es psicóloga por la Universidad de Oviedo.
holds a
También
degree in
máster en
psychology by the University of
gestión
Oviedo, also a
profesional por la
master's
Escuela de
degree in
Negocios
human
de Asturias.
resources in the
Desde
University of
el
Asturias,
2020
and since
es directora de
2020
Cooperativas
she's
Agroalimentarias,
been the head of
vinculada
this
a
cooperative,
asociación desde hace
COAPA,
muchos años,
although
y
she
tras
had
pasar
been
10
with
años
the
en
organization for
una
several
multinacional.
years. And she had been before that 10 years with
Javier
Carrefour.
Nievas,
And then Javier
ingeniero
Nievas,
agrónomo,
who is an agricultural
y tiene
engineer
formación, pues,
and has been
amplia y variada en
widely
distintos
trained
temas de la industria
in several
agroalimentaria.
items of the agri-food
Y en,
industry.
bueno, recientemente por su, entiendo,
And
su vinculación con
he's
Caja Rural de
also
Asturias
working
en
with Caja
materia
Rural de
financiera,
Asturias.
es eso. lleva 24 horas de responsable del Departamento de Medio Rural y Empresas.
He's been with the
24 años de responsable
He's
del
been
Fondo
for
de Educación y Promoción de Caja
24
Rural
years
de Asturias.
with rural development and
Y
education
también
at the
tiene
Caja
cierta,
Rural Foundation,
experiencia
and he
profesional.
also has
Entiendo que como
skills and knowledge and professional experience
dirigiendo pues obras de ingeniería agroalimentaria,
leading agri-food engineering activities as
Bueno,
well as
sin más,
farms.
yo creo que dado los
And
ponentes que tenemos, podemos empezar
based
un poco,
on the speakers in the
con la
room,
temática.
we can get started, I think.
Yo hacía un dato, bueno, no pude los primeros minutos de la presentación anterior, pero
Couldn't be here for the first few minutes of the previous panels, but there's this piece of data which is mind-blowing, if you ask me. In Asturias, 4,600 children are born every year. This is data from 2023. 4,600 babies born every year, just a few. And that's why my girls say I know all children my age. Because you see, 4,600 is not enough compared to 10,000 when I was growing up. And 13,000 people, 13,000 people die every year. So, in 2023, we have a negative growth of over 8,000 people. So it is only obvious that we need to put an end to it. And people are also moving to larger cities. We have the urban engineering studies showing that the migration flows move from Oviedo to Madrid, from the east and the west to Oviedo and Gijón in Asturias. It also leads to the depopulation, and that's why we have the demographic challenge, where we have underpopulated areas. And so, since we have the speakers with us, my first question, and I think you can be given 5 minutes, and then we have another question, but what about the role of social economy and cooperativism, whether agri-food or credit cooperativism in the rural environment to fight our depopulation? So you start first. Good morning, everyone. We understand that population living the rural environment has very much to do with employment. And so it has very much to do with social economy, companies, whether cooperatives, associations, insertion or inclusion companies that also employ the most vulnerable groups. And over the years, they've shown how people get to stay in their territory, how they make sure that there is a territorial cohesion or even solidarity. Social economic companies, as we know, do not have their capital in the center of the region, in the core, sorry. So our core, our priority are people. In Asturias, we have around 600 social economic companies, which to a great extent are located in the center of the region, but East and West also have social economic companies, because without the business fabric, what we need in rural areas is entrepreneurship, and that's why it's so important to promote entrepreneurship, because as the previous speaker said, as well as the chair, with employment it is easier to get to people to stay and to get to people to come as well. Repopulate. So we need to make sure that territories are attractive, so people get to stay, and this means that people need to have a job. There are other factors as well, but a crucial one would be having a job. As I said, social economy is very much present in rural area, much more than other trading companies or companies that are much more capital centered. And so this is something we need to promote. We need to use social economy formula for its promotion, and we understand that it's important to face the depopulation of the rural area. And so we see that social economy can be an important ally for public powers when proposing policies. As we are aware of the problems, as we said, they are part of the territory, they are proximity-based, much more solidarity centers, they are familiar with networking, and so we see that that value is important and should be used as well by public powers when facing the problem.
Muchas gracias. Pues Isabel.
Thank you, Isabel. First, thank you very much. Let me tell the General Director and Mayor of Cabranes that I loved everything he said. I share and keep in mind everything he said, especially with your approach, the social cultural approach that you shared. And I also agree with what Rocío said, but I guess I'll have a much more agricultural focus as I'm here representing the agro-food companies in Asturias. So on top of everything that Rocío said, I guess Javier will be another pillar, by the way, but my pillar means that agricultural cooperatives, contrary to the employee-owned companies which do exist in farming as well, farming employee-owned companies, but what matters here is the territory, so they are rural. And that means that oftentimes this is the only company, the one that brings services, is the one that articulates and dynamizes. There are cooperatives you're all familiar with, I guess, and there are some representatives in the room. Campo Astur, 21 delegations scattered around Asturias, supermarkets and workshop, car shop rather, and so many other things as agricultural shops. So what about that? That's employment. I'm saying Campo Astur, but what about Agro Valdés, Central Lechera Asturiana, anything that comes to mind? They are a source of employment, which is stable, permanent jobs, and people to live in the territory, whether rural or not, but we're talking about rural territory, they need to have a job. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to also have a house in the rural territory. If you need to drive to Oviedo every day, or Aviles or other cities, it becomes a bit more complicated. So social economy or farming cooperatives articulate the territory and also link to something as typical as the agricultural sector. Even though in Asturias 75% of the population is in the central triangle, let's not forget that we're very much rural. Asturias was just a few people. There are all also younger people in the room, but we are all a given age. So we've all grown up in a village and then came to Oviedo or Gijón to study, or, well, Oviedo, Gijón, León, or maybe we didn't even get a chance to study. So I think we contribute that view that other companies do not. And cooperatives, let me say, for the first time today, but we are cooperative companies. We are not NGOs, right? So it has a social aspect, and as Rocío said, we are person-centered. It's all about values, and maybe what's most important is not so much the trade of it, but the services and the cohesion that comes with it. So I think it is a wonderful tool for the region, but for other regions as well. But as we are in Asturias are talking about Asturias, I think it's a perfect tool for Asturias. And we're just a few, it's not many of us. We know who we are, and we can contribute so much. Wonderful tool for the development of the rural environment. We are, but we could have some more momentum, and that's all. Otherwise, I will repeat what I've already said. Javier?
Buenos días.
Morning. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, I was part of a communication meeting, and they said that we always need to start with a buzzword, which is thank you. Thank you, Dolores, Marta, Edmundo, for the chance so that Caja Rural de Asturias, which is an entity present in the rural environment that is there to protect it, is part of this meeting. And thank you for all of you, because without you, this wouldn't make sense. Actually, this meeting is difficult, I would say, as we all share 99.9% of ideas. It is true that there are nuances to it. And Marcos, I loved the talk between Marcos and Gerardo about repopulation, a bit more selective maybe, with very positive experiences, and we need to strengthen everything that can be used in the rural environment so that we get to be an attraction pole. This new rural concept has been perverted for aids and funding. That's true as well. But what is Caja Rural de Asturias doing here? We are a social economic company. As Isabel said, we're not an NGO. We are not crowdsourcing. We are a financial body competing in a financial market with international banks. So it's not just that spirit or sensitivity. We need to be profitable. And I always use this sentence: when you get a loan, that's beautiful, but you need to return it, right? So that's where we get the benefit and we can reinvest. Then social economy. The role of social economy companies and cooperatives is important. Whether it's a bull or a bear year, but social economy companies stay, and when they are reborn, as we see in times of crisis, is in difficult times. That's where they grow the most. And then, what do they do? Well, usually it's about employment. It's about employment in the rural area. That's the local belonging. They create direct and indirect employment, which helps retain population and attract population as well. And what do social economy companies do? They promote entrepreneurship. Oftentimes, rural inhabitants get a chance to start a business collectively. And so, what does it mean? That we can share resources and risk. Maybe sometimes having access to equity or capital is difficult. So being a number means that it's easier to get funding and also the support and the knowledge. And so with this social economy, cooperatives usually reinvest what they make in the community instead of dividends or shares distribution, and it has a very positive impact in the economic development of rural areas. Another element would be strengthening the social fabric. As we said, as cooperatives and social economy companies, it promotes active engagement of members in decision-making. And so we have that idea of belonging, which leads to social cohesion, which is so important for the development of projects. Let me just add that we really need to have social economy companies and cooperatives in the rural environment, especially for the fighting of depopulation. Thank you very much. Let's focus on entrepreneurship and consolidation of the rural environment. Well, Rocío, at Asata, what do you think are the difficulties when it comes to starting a business through social economy? What are the challenges? What are the ways to face your daily life problems? Well, very good question. We are the Association of Social Economy Businesses. We've been together with entrepreneurs for over 50 years so that they can start companies that are cooperatives, that are employee-owned companies, inclusion centers, and we are with them from the beginning. We go through the viability plan, feasibility plan, then they are constituted, and once created, we help them so that they also get consolidated, as it is very important. And as we are very close to entrepreneurs and the companies that are part of the group, we've seen that there are some challenges. And as I see it myself, I think that's what's most important is that we have a deteriorating entrepreneurship culture. Maybe people are frowning on us, people are scared. It seems that it's just jumping into the cliff edge or jumping off the cliff edge. So it's all about implementing ideas or giving back to the community, having industrial fabric, also having wealth and jobs. So that challenge we have of promoting this entrepreneurship spirit, I think we would turn it around and say that it's an opportunity people have to get their own job, which we think is crucial. What about difficulties in the rural area for a company or an entrepreneur that wants to start this? Well, there's limited physical infrastructures, of course. Also funding opportunities sometimes in rural area could be a bit more rural or more limited. Also, the supporting services might not be as many as in Gijón or Avilés or Oviedo, but as said, for example, a year and a half ago, we had offices in Oviedo and Gijón, and now we have one in Vegareo, in the western side, so that they also have access to the same resources and can start whatever business idea they have. As the rural area is sometimes a bit more depopulated, we don't have as much labor to turn to. But, as I say, it's always about the positives, and new technologies can actually bridge the gap and help us face the challenges we've defined for the rural environment. And then digitalization, a gap that we need to learn from, but through technology and innovation and even the nature of our own companies, we can
Muy bien, pues
bridge it.
muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Que más o menos la misma pregunta, ¿no? Que
I ask the same question. What about agri-food cooperatives? What are the challenges? Well, our greatest challenge, I'd say, is the generation handover for younger people. I'm talking about farms or governance inside cooperatives, because they go hand in hand. So if we speak of numbers, the national average would be same as the one in Asturias, and the holders, which are our members, are around 58 years of age. Only 10%, around 10%, 10 to 15% if we're generous, as we had a few newcomers in recent years.
No creo que lleguen al 15, ¿verdad, Begoña?
Not even 15, is that right, Begoña? Let's say 10.
Ese último, estamos hablando de que jóvenes en el medio rural,
young people in the rural environment,
40 años,
they are 40.
¿vale?
That's what we mean when we say young. 40, according to the European Union. That's our criterion. 10%.
Es muy poco.
Not enough.
Es muy poco
Not enough
para nuestras explotaciones
for
agrarias
our
y es muy poco
farms
para el relevo generacional en
and
la
for the
gobernanza,
handover
cooperativa.
in governance.
Por tanto, es un reto
So,
importante.
it is quite a challenge.
Claro. Y la pregunta es,
Then the question
¿por
might
qué no
be,
tenemos jóvenes?
how come we don't
Porque
have
tenemos
younger
jóvenes en
people?
Asturias, ¿no?
Because
Muy
there are
pocos,
younger
pero
people in
tenemos.
Asturias, not many, but there are some.
¿Ves? Pero tenemos.
True.
A ver, porque el sector agrario es
Let's
un
see.
sector
So,
duro.
agriculture is a
Porque
very
trabajan
tough
24/7.
sector. We work 24/7, 365 days a year.
Porque creo que ha habido un
And
cambio
because
y todos los que estamos aquí,
I
que tenemos
believe,
más o menos una
and
edad, aunque hay
all of
jóvenes,
us have pretty much the same age.
nuestros jóvenes no podemos pensar que tienen las mismas
We can't
prioridades que
think that our
teníamos
young
nosotros,
people have the same
que han cambiado.
priorities as we do, because
Sus
priorities
necesidades
have
han cambiado.
changed, their needs
Más que
have
sus
changed.
necesidades, sus
More than their
prioridades.
needs, their
Le dan importancia a
priorities.
cosas diferentes a lo que
They
nosotros le damos.
prioritize things
Este dicho
that are
de
not the same
cualquier
things we
tiempo pasado fue
prioritize.
mejor,
The
bueno, pues,
saying of any
no.
time in the
Fue
past was
anterior
better, no, I
y está
don't
ahí.
think we can say that. What happened
Mejor o
before
peor, cada
is
uno lo
there.
valorará, es muy
Better or
subjetivo.
worse, each one makes their own decision.
El mundo cambió.
But
y
the
nuestros
world
jóvenes quieren
changed,
otras cosas.
and our
Y a
young
veces
people want
igual es que
other
tenemos que
things.
escucharles un poco
And
más.
so perhaps we need to listen to them a bit more.
Y prefieren, es muy triste lo que voy a
It,
decir,
what I'm
pero
about to say is
prefieren
very sad,
trabajar en la
but they
hostelería, que les
prefer
paguen
to work
900
in the
euros o 1.000
third
euros,
sector and earn
trabajar en
900
explotación
or
agraria.
1,000
¿No les
euros
gusta el medio rural?
than working on a
Claro que
farm.
les gusta el medio rural, es donde se
They
criaron.
like the rural,
donde
do they like the
nacieron.
rural environment? Of course they do. That's where they
Pero
were born, that's where they
igual no
grew
les
up.
da lo que quieren ahora.
But perhaps
Esto
it
tenemos
can't
que también
give them what they
hacérnoslo-
want right now.
hacerlo una reflexión
So
y
I think this is
pensarlo.
something that we have to
Porque
reflect
estamos
on,
ideando
because
líneas y a veces
we're coming up
políticas
with
pensando en lo que yo
lines
quiero,
and
con la edad
policies
que
based on
tengo,
what I want
no con
at
lo
my
que quieren
age,
ellos.
not based on what they want.
Un chaval de 25 años,
A
pues a lo mejor no quiere
25-year-old
incorporarse a la
person
actividad agraria.
may not want to
¿Por
take
qué?
over a farm. Why?
Es bonita la actividad agraria.
Farming is
¿Por qué no lo va a hacer?
beautiful.
Igual que otra
Why
actividad.
wouldn't he do it the same as any other
Por
activity?
tanto, nuestro mayor reto es
So,
el relevo
Our
generacional.
biggest challenge has to
cada vez
do with the
tenemos
generational
menos explotación.
handoff.
Es verdad que nuestras
So,
explotaciones cada vez
our
son
farms
más
are more
competitivas,
competitive
quizás más rentables,
and perhaps more profitable,
más si vamos a leche, a producción de leche,
more so if we go to
etcétera,
milk production or
pero
dairy
el
production,
número disminuye.
but the number of farms is
ahí lo
decreasing.
dejo.
And I'll leave it at that
Como reflexión.
as food for thought.
Entonces, al final estás
So I
hablando
think
de
at the end of the
una
day, you're talking about
parte, al principio hablaste de una parte más económica, de
an
trabajar
economic
24/7
part,
y
working
parecía
24/7,
desprenderse que el trabajo en el campo es
and
muy-
we understand
muy
that
duro,
working the
pero
fields
otra
is
parte también
hard work.
cultural
But on the
o-
other
o
hand,
emocional, ¿no?
culturally,
Relacionada un poco con decir, bueno,
emotionally,
es que prefiero estar en
well,
hostelería, que
I
tampoco
prefer
es
to
un
work
trabajo que
in,
sea
you know,
muy sencillo, sí que es verdad que
restoration,
a lo
for
mejor no es
instance.
24/7,
It's
pero
maybe
sí
not so
que es un
difficult. Maybe I
trabajo
don't have
duro
to work
físicamente,
24/7.
pero
It can be
que
a
al final
physically
no-
demanding
Lo
job.
que decían ellos antes,
What
es una cuestión
they said earlier
multifactorial.
on, it's a multi-factor
Y
issue.
en esas variables
And so
que están dentro de
the
este problemón
variables
que
that
tenemos, está
are part
la
of this
identidad,
issue have to do with
está la reputación,
identity,
la reputación
reputation.
como profesión.
Reputation as a
En los años
profession.
60, ser
During the
ganadero o
60s,
agricultor,
a
50,
farmer,
40, si nos vamos más atrás,
or the 50s or
era tener
40s,
cierto prestigio.
meant
Era
a
que
certain
tenía
degree of
dinero.
prestige. He was a person who
Ahora-
had money. But now,
Pues ya no está tan guay, o no es tan
it's
guay, o no lo ven
not
así,
so
porque esto es
cool,
muy
or they
subjetivo y
don't
muy de
perceive it as
percepción.
such, because it's a very subjective issue, socially, culturally.
Hay muchas variables
So
ahí
there are
que hay
many,
que
many
trabajar,
variables
tocar,
that we need
esa
to look
identidad.
at, work on, that identity.
O sea, es algo muy complejo.
It's a very
Lo
complex
que
issue.
manifestaban ellos antes, es algo
As they were saying
complejo porque esto no se
previously, it's very
soluciona de hoy para
complex
mañana.
because we
Y los
can't solve the
niños
issue
tardan
from one day
para
to
que
the
puedan
next.
a ser adultos y voten
And
18
children,
años.
so in
Quiero
order
decir,
for
desde que
a
hacen
child
ahora
to grow up
hasta
and
dentro
become
de
an
18
adult,
años
it's
no vamos a
18
ver.
years. So from
Y
now
claro,
to
tenemos
18, 20 years, down the
complicado.
road,
Lo que tú durante
it's
muchos
very
años, esa
complicated.
imagen,
So that image
eso que viene en
that you
nuestro
had
ojo
for
en el sector agrario
many, many
asturiano,
years, which in the
somos
Asturian
pioneros en muchas cosas que no hay en otra
agriculture, we are
región.
pioneers
Las instituciones
with respect to
ganaderas,
other
eso tiene
areas.
mucho valor.
Livestock farming, this is all
Pero
highly valued,
Tiene mucho valor para nosotros,
but
pero
it's
tiene para
very
ellos tal cual
valuable
está.
for us, but not so much for them.
Preguntarles
Or
qué
is
quieren,
it?
¿no? Para-
Claro.
And so that's what we have to ask them.
Vale, bueno, Javier, en este caso se ha
Javier,
comentado aquí,
in
por
this
ejemplo,
case, for
por parte de
instance,
Rocío, que
Rocío
en algunas
mentioned
ocasiones
that
hay
on some
problemas también en
occasions
el campo para
there can be
acceder a la
problems
financiación.
in rural areas
Entonces,
to
bueno,
get
se os
funding.
toca directamente a vosotros este
So,
tema.
This issue is
¿Qué
really in
piensas
your
o qué
hands.
hace
So,
Caja Rural como
what does a
cooperativa,
Caja
pues, un poco en
Rural
esta
do
línea
as a
de la,
cooperative? in terms of social innovation, but also helping with the financial piece. I would like to say I would subscribe wholly to what Isabel said. The potential of Asturias in terms of livestock, for instance, our dairy livestock, the datum is that every single day, statistically speaking, every single day, a dairy farm closes in Asturias. Another sentence that, or a phrase that really got me thinking is that they're kind of teaching us to leave the rural areas. And so it is a trend. We have to be able to convey the bounties of living in a rural area. Social networking, talk more about other things, luxuries and the beaches and what have you. So I think in the rural areas, we have to be able to convey the good things about us as well. We have a milestone, particularly to alleviate the depopulation, which is overcoming financial exclusion. A bar, for instance. A bar creates community. So you always had the bar, the caja rural, and the pharmacy. So what we're trying to do is not only have we not closed our offices in the rural areas, but we have instead we have been proactive. We've opened up more offices, and we've tried to remain present in these rural areas. We are what we are. We're a financial institution, so we carry out funding programs. These programs take into account residing in the rural area. So funding for a business project in a rural area is a code A. It may sound a little American, but there you have it. It's not the money so much because we work in a sector which is money. It's not just money. On its own has no value. But what we do is manage interest rates and things like that. And we might be a little bit more lax in terms of overdraws and what have you. So we'll leasing loans, what have you. We work in those areas as well. And so the distinguishing mark for us has to do with leader European funds and all these kinds of things. We are certainly aware of where that funding is headed. So we also accompany people directly. Excuse me, you mentioned 24 years in consultancy, in agricultural consultancy. And so for older people and people who don't know, we have agreements with consultancy, with the chambers of commerce, etc., with a bunch of institutions. We have these agreements so that people can go there and be able to articulate their application correctly. And also the social entrepreneurship, and social issues. So we also support all kinds of initiatives that deal with the rural area environment, what have you, everything that improves the quality of life and the surroundings in rural life in general. We participate in green centers, in wood technological area center, meat processing centers. These companies come to the Caja Rural. They are our clients. And so I think we have more than an economic dimension. We are a shareholder in the rural areas. And so any initiative that could arise that may apply to them is something that we provide information on and we foster. Okay. We're a little bit behind schedule, so I apologize for the 24 hours. My goodness, 24 years. A little more than 24 hours, yes, indeed. So another issue that came up has to do with digital transformation. To what degree does this lower those barriers that may exist in rural areas? Digital transformation requires investment, knowledge, what have you.
Rocío, desde ASATA,
So, Rocío, from the perspective of ASATA or co-ops, whatever, we'll start with you.
¿Cómo puede la contribución digital contribuir
How
al
can the
desarrollo
digital
de la economía
contribution
amenaza, oportunidad?
well, is it a contribution to that digital transition? We see it clearly as an opportunity. It's not a threat. As an example, which is a slight one, in ASATA, a couple of years ago, we signed an agreement with the Social Services and Wellbeing Ministry for Western Asturias. This was a project was written, it's on the website, and what we do is to analyze the strategic opportunities our companies have in terms of care focused on the western part of Asturias, and undertake projects that can be implemented in other territories as well. Asturias has a very aged population, and especially in the western part, and we have the peculiarity of the populational dispersion, so it's difficult to provide services for home aid, for instance, or any other kind of service that's received at home, not just care, but perhaps hairdressing, physical therapy, anything like that that has to do with care in its broadest sense. And what we have detected is that digital transformation is what can, in fact, overcome these difficulties that may occur in the territory. With other co-ops at a national level, we've conducted our analysis, and there's a great deal of technology that can help to resolve that issue. Telecare, for instance, video conferences with physicians. So all of that, rather than a threat, I see it 100% as a tremendous opportunity and a possibility that people have in a dispersed rural area to remain in their homes, and those services can be provided to them. So it's a huge opportunity, and the possibility that not all of us will have to go to a residence. I mean, probably sooner or later we will all have to do that to receive care, but I think the transitional model for care is along those lines, and I think the digital transition has much to do with that. In Tapia de Casariego, we have a co-op for home care, which is called El Orrio, which is detecting this need. And thanks to the fact that more and more public funds are being available for digital transformation in our companies, they can grow, they can stay in their territories, and they can continue to provide that service of proximity. They know the people there, they've been there for 30 years. And so the way you treat those people is very differently than the care that comes perhaps from people from a much larger entity. And so it retains employment, but it's also a plus for the end user, the person receiving those services. So we see it absolutely as an opportunity. Would the social economy be prepared for that? What needs are there in order to be able to confront that challenge? Well, traditionally, social economy has never been particularly familiar with the digital transformation. There are many that do not have a website. And it's also true that we are advocating in ASAPA to confront the digital transformation unafraid and to perceive it as an improved opportunity. And we provide information for them and public funding that may be available to make that transition. But it is true, the co-ops are not typically, do not typically walk hand in hand with the new technologies. But I think that we have to go in that direction.
Isabel, ¿qué pensáis de eso?
Isabel, what do you think about that? Is it a challenge for you as well? It's a challenge, but it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity. Plus, the world has changed. The world is currently moving along a digital band. Either you hop on board or you're left behind. I'm going to allege this from two different perspectives. So, co-ops. Because co-ops are companies
cooperativas agrarias asturianas.
and the Asturian agricultural
Los que sean,
co-ops.
si vamos a Andalucía hay
If we go to Andalusia,
500, 600
there might be
cooperativas.
500,
En Asturias
600
no, hay
co-ops.
poquitas, pero muy
They're
grandes,
very few in
muchos socios,
Asturias,
por
but they're very large and
tanto,
they have
son
many members.
grandes empresas,
So they're actually large
digitalizadas,
companies which
con
have
una
been
norma y
digitalized
con
with
una
their
convivial.
regulations, and
Arcelor tendrá sus procesos
and
digitales,
Arcelor will
y
have their own
nuestras
digital
cooperativas tienen
processes,
otros,
but our
pero tienen
co-ops
fábricas
have
de química
theirs.
digitalizadas,
But they have
tienen
digitalized feed
supermercados
factories, they have
con
supermarkets
control de
with
stock,
stock
etc.,
control,
etc.
etc., etc.,
Ese nivel,
etc. So as far as that
bueno,
goes,
la conectividad a veces en el medio rural ha
connectivity in the
mejorado
rural
mucho,
area
pero es
has
verdad,
improved.
a veces todavía
But
hay
it's also true
algún
that
día
sometimes
complicado, ¿no?
we still have a difficult way, but it is an opportunity, always. Now, if we look at it from the perspective of our members, the Asturian farmers, we find different levels and different
Se
paces.
tienen que subir sí o sí también, no hay otra.
They have to hop on board as well, for sure, one way or another, because we live in a digitalized world. Is it more difficult for them? Yes, it is. But it also, I mean, it depends a little bit on where the farm is located, etc.
Yo diría que muchas veces se ponen ellos
In
mismos
fact,
las propias limitaciones.
I would say they are
Voy a
the
poner
ones who
un caso
impose their
concreto,
own
que a lo mejor con un ejemplo
limitations.
es mucho
I'm
más
going to
fácil.
give a case, and it might be
Hasta el
easier
año
to understand
2020,
that way.
está
Until
aquí Begoña, que me
2020,
puede
Begonia's
ratificar
here,
o
and
me
she can
puede decir que no
ratify
está de acuerdo,
or
lo que
say she doesn't
considere.
agree, whatever. But
No se podía en Asturias
in
impartir formación en el
2020, you
sector
could
agrario
not
en modalidad
do
online.
training.
No lo
You could
permitía
not
el
do
Ministerio de
online training
Agricultura
in the
y tampoco estaba
agricultural sector.
contemplado en
The
Asturias.
ministry would not allow for that,
Creo que es
and it
lo
was
único
not
que nos trajo bueno la
contemplated.
pandemia.
And I think
¿Vale?
it's the only good thing that
Que
came from
hubo
the
que
pandemic.
hacerlo, sí,
We had to do it
en
one way or
modalidad
another.
online,
We had to
virtual,
do
síncrona,
online,
es decir,
virtual,
solo diferencia una
synchronized.
pantalla. En una
So with
pantalla están
just
todos,
the screen. But on the other side of the screen, all of us were together at the
cada uno
same
con su
time.
ordenador,
Instead of a
un
classroom,
terminal,
each one in their
teléfono,
own
tablet, lo
area
que
with their
quieran.
phone, their computer, whatever.
Fue complicado,
And it was complicated.
pero a día de hoy se hace la formación sin
But
ningún problema.
currently, this training
Es
is
verdad
given without any
cuando tú les
problems.
llamas y
So
ellos
when you
enteran
call
que
them
es
and they find
online,
out
mira,
that it's
hay alguno que
online,
suda.
some people start sweating. They just
Son
break
todo
out in a cold
limitaciones, yo
sweat.
no
They're
voy a
all
poder, yo no
limitations.
voy
I
a
won't be able
conectar,
to
yo no
do
voy
it.
a
I won't be
saber,
able to connect. I won't
mi
know how.
madre del alma,
And
una
oh
cantinela,
my
pues
God,
estamos un cuarto de
this
hora,
is
pues no
a
pasa
whole
nada.
litany
Son
of
capaces, cuando termina el
excuses.
curso,
At the
que
end of the
dura, 3
courses,
semanas,
which lasts for 3
de
weeks,
manejar un classroom,
they're
que yo
able to
tuve que aprender
handle
lo
a
que era,
classroom. I had to
con el
learn
uso
what it
digital, que era
was
lógica,
with the
evidentemente.
digital media, of course.
De manejar, saber
They
cambiar,
will know
conectar a veces si hay un problema
how
de
to
audio,
connect. If there's an
conectar dos
audio
sesiones,
problem,
una por
perhaps
teléfono y otra
connect
por
one
tablet, por
session on a
ordenador.
tablet or a
De
computer, another one on
chatear,
the
de
telephone.
mandarte
They know
preguntas,
how
de
to
hacer la
chat,
valoración
ask their
online.
questions, do their
Quiero
assessment
decir,
online.
con ayuda,
So
con
with
apoyo,
help,
y con
with
todo.
support, and with
O sea, las
everything.
limitaciones a veces nos las
So
ponemos
I think
nosotros,
sometimes
porque
we are the
mientras
ones
tuvieran
who
esa tesitura. Pero cuando
limit
les ayudas,
ourselves.
les enseñas,
But when you
pues no
help
van a
them
ser
and
capaces.
you teach them, why are they not going to
Si
be able to
también
do
una
it?
explotación agraria es una empresa.
A farm is a
Tiene un
company at
certificado
the end of the
digital.
day. It's got its
Quiero
digital
decir, a
certificate.
veces los consideramos más
So
torpes de lo que
sometimes
son,
we
¿no?
think that they're perhaps a little bit less able than they actually are.
Es una oportunidad. A
So
veces
it's an
no la sabemos
opportunity.
aprovechar,
We
pero
often
está
do
ahí.
not know how to take
Subámonos al
advantage of
carro
it,
de la
but it's there.
digitalización,
So we
porque
have to
además
get
te
on board
ahorra,
digitalization because
muchas, te ahorra desplazamientos.
it spares you having to go
Ahorro
to a different
económico.
place. There's economic
Tanto
savings
a la
involved
consejería, nosotros,
for
y al
the regional
usuario
ministry,
final o
for
ganadero.
us, for the end user.
Se establecen sinergias
Synergies are
personas
created
de Oscos
among people from Oscos
y de Cabrales.
and
Que
Cabrales.
si no, venir a Oviedo, imaginaros.
Because
para
otherwise, to
hacerse
meet up in
2 o 3 semanas.
Oviedo,
Y
it
acaban
would be
siendo,
quite difficult, of course.
conociéndose y
And they end
estando
up getting
en
to
la
know
misma
each
tesitura.
other because they're in the
decir, que
same
aunque no lo vean así
situation.
ahora
So
mismo,
even though they may not perceive it in
cuando
that
esto
way
ruede
right
un poco
now,
más, lo
when
verán
this
como una gran
begins to
oportunidad.
work a little bit
todos
more,
nosotros creo que
they'll
tenemos que
perceive it as a
verlo
huge
como
opportunity, and I think we all have to see it as such.
Y cooperativas agroalimentarias del
So,
Principado de Asturias tienen los
agri-food
recursos para
businesses, do they
abordar
have the, or co-ops, do
reto
they
y
have the
solucionar
resources
a ello.
to confront this and
A
undertake
ver,
it?
En este mundo no es solo
Well,
la parte económica.
the area where
parte
we
económica
work
es
in is
importante,
not so much the economic issue,
de
although
todo
it is
tipo,
also
exactamente.
important. We are all
Económico,
kinds of
depende de
issues.
lo que queramos
In terms of
abordar y cuándo
economics,
sea,
it depends
porque
on what we
hasta el
want to
momento lo vamos
undertake.
haciendo.
But for
Y las
as
cooperativas,
far
por
as it
supuestísimo,
is
lo
right
hacen.
now, we're able to do that, and we are doing that.
Yo creo que hay que ser un poco más creativo a veces.
I think sometimes we have to be a little bit more
Más
creative, a little more daring,
Enfrentarlo.
and simply
Creo que
confront it.
gastamos mucho tiempo a veces
I
en la
think
queja.
sometimes we waste a lot of time
mucho, ¿eh?
complaining.
Que, oye, que el minuto de queja, todo el mundo
When
es
it
muy
comes to
sano, ¿eh?
complaining,
Lo digo yo, que
complaining is
sanísimo.
healthy. I understand this.
Pero 5 minutos.
But, you know,
Pongámonos a
5
pensar en
minutes,
positivo
and
y
then
mirar pa'lante.
let's start
A veces es un
thinking
poco
more in positive terms, or roll up our
que
sleeves
da
and get to
miedo
work.
la brecha, o sea, la brecha digital está ahí,
The
pero
digital
yo creo que no la
gap
tenemos que
is
ver
there, but I
tampoco como
don't think we
esta
have to see it
urbana medio
as
rural, ¿no?
as
Todos
urban,
tenemos que enfrentarnos,
rural.
seas de
We
donde
all
seas.
have to confront that, no matter where you're from.
Vienes a decir que
So basically, you're saying it's not so much a matter of resources as
ver,
just
evidentemente,
agreeing
si hay un
and
problema
getting
de
down
banda
to it.
ancha,
Of course, if you have a
evidentemente hay que tener una
bandwidth
inversión
problem,
económica.
then that
Pero creo que
requires
es más
an economic
enfrentarlo.
investment. But I think the biggest problem
Nunca
lies in
hemos
just
hecho ello.
starting. I've never done it
Vamos a ver,
before.
nuestras explotaciones, está aquí luego Raquel, que
Raquel
da más
is here, and
información
she'll
que yo
give
sobre
more
estas
information
explotaciones
than
Pues que las
I can.
explotaciones asturianas
The
son
Asturian
punteras,
farms
tecnológicamente
are
hablando. No
pioneers,
tienen nada que
technologically
envidiar a ninguna
speaking.
explotación del resto de España.
They're
Ni de
right up
Europa,
there,
me
and even
atrevería a
better in
decir.
terms of the rest
Sobre
of
todo
Spain, and
aquellas que son
perhaps
de
even in
leche.
Europe, particularly the dairy
Que os recuerdo
farms.
que somos,
I would
a
remind
nivel
you that
España,
at a national level,
un pilar en sector
we are a
leche
pillar in the dairy sector
y pioneros en muchas cosas.
and pioneers in many ways.
Vale, y Javier, en este caso,
Javier, In this
¿cómo
case,
está Caja Rural de Asturias impulsando esta
how is the Caja Rural de Asturias driving
avanza en general
this
la parte de digitalización?
digitalization?
¿Cómo la apoya?
How are you supporting this? So I'd have to look at two lenses. On the one hand, as a financial institution, it's also a matter of survival. It's a matter of market. We are competing in a global market. Now, in terms of users, I would say that both physical people and legal identities have to be able to communicate with the government. So in that regard, perhaps from the perspective of cooperatives, many joined us and created a company, RSI, Rural Computer Services. They also created an insurance group, which is an insurance group which actually sponsors the part of the bicycle race around Spain. So what we do is to be able to create digital platforms, digitalization per se, but we also project through that improvement and innovation. It is true, it gives us a certain sovereignty and independence and not having to depend on external factors, because dependence is not a good thing. In terms of digitalization or electronics, shall we say, increasing the number of the cash points so that you don't have to wait in line in the bank for a long time, and you can just go to the cash point and get your money. So we've also fostered training. Back when I joined the company, we created courses that were computer apps in the agri-food sector. So the fact that they could rent computers to bring together the farmers in the year 2000, and of course technological innovation, it is true that we may be a little bit behind others who are further ahead of us, and they're kind of showing us the way. So as a con, we still have a low degree of connectivity in areas. In fact, they're called gray areas. We still have that digital gap. Generations prior to ours, unless it was because they were forced to do so, the technology is not attractive for that generation for the most part. And of course, the mistrust and distrust that is resulting from phishing, identity theft, and what have you, which is taking place by means of, through the technological means. Well, thank you very much. Now, because we have to be finishing up, one final question. A little bit of a summary, perhaps, that you would make for us. How does the social economy and cooperativism contribute to the sustainable and social development? So, as a reflection, what does cooperativism and social economy contribute to these issues? And how can we foster that sustainability and cooperativism, etc., which is a social economy, which is at the heart of all kinds of policies, regionally, nationally, internationally, etc. It's a little bit along the lines of what I said. The rural areas needs employment one way or another if we are to retain population. So if unemployment rates are higher amongst women and more vulnerable groups, so we advocate for social innovation. And we talk about this environmental digitalization, but we also have to foster innovation in this regard. We have to work for marginalized groups and women. And social economy companies, we believe that this is a challenge that they have to confront. And just to close, because I think we have like 2 minutes left, I would like to just say foster entrepreneurship, social economy and co-ops, wonderful, but entrepreneurship in general, because that's a formula for the future, for the business fabric, to start up innovative projects, to implement all those capacities in the different territories. So I would like to close with that, fostering entrepreneurship and put it in the place that it is rightfully earned. I think sustainability has basically 3 legs: social, environment, economy. If it doesn't have these 3 legs, and if they're not equal amongst themselves, it just won't hold the structure up. It will be something else, but it will not be sustainability, because sustainability has to be profitable on all 3 of these legs, in economic terms, socially, and environmentally. Economically, that's easy to see. In fact, I would say, socially, we are companies, we are social economy companies, so it's in our DNA. We're hardwired for this. The center is the person and that social aspect, what Javier said at the beginning. Co-ops do not divide, put out their, or share their dividends, what have you. But there's this third leg, and much is said about this. In fact, the European critics are the ones who say that, which has to do with the environment. Now, oddly enough, when we talk about farming, our farmers, male and female, where they live, breathe, and work, is in the environment. It's in the rural area. And they are the ones who are most demonized. They're accused the most. If they don't take care of the environment, they're out of work, because they're out of a job, because they live off of that. I would emphasize these 3 legs: economic, social, environment. Otherwise, it's not sustainable. It'll be something else. So that, and the next challenge is perhaps in the agro sector. We have too much of a bureaucratic and regulatory burden, with the periods for application keep changing, the deadlines keep changing, they drive us crazy. So another headache for these young people who are accustomed for us to not make their life too terribly complicated. So priority for them.
reflexión importante.
This is an important reflection to make. Let's simplify things a bit.
Para ellos, sobre
For
todo,
them,
para los que vienen.
particularly for the people coming in. They don't think the way we do.
Bueno, también, pero bueno, estamos aquí.
And
para
what about,
ya-
yes,
ya
yes,
tenemos-
yes,
ya
but
estamos aquí.
we're here already.
Queremos que vengan.
We want them
Queremos
to
que se
come.
queden.
We want them to stay. Javier?
Me gustaría incidir en el mensaje que ha dicho Isabel.
I really like Isabel's message. Sustainability is a balance for them.
Un puesto superior al de la
And it seems environment takes place or precedence over other aspects.
lo que es la economía rural a través de, sobre todo, la dirigida al
And so it's rural economy and the primary sector. What do we do? As part of our social corporate responsibility commitment, one of the actions, as it happens with SMEs and even large companies when it comes to renewable resources or circular economy and diversity. So
una línea de financiación que es un
we
poco más
have a
flexible,
funding line
sostenibles,
for sustainable projects, and we are members of the Eco Farming Council. So we see a reduction of synthesis products, but I insist just to keep all three pillars with sustainability. We have training and sensitizing projects, and we invest. I remember this one 8-10 years ago to recycle farming plastics. These are actions which are environmentally positive, but as Rocío said about entrepreneurship, they said that the wealth of a region is people, not even their resources or location is people. If there's entrepreneurship, whether they are in the coast or the hinterland, they will succeed.
Marta, no sé si
Marta,
cortamos o no
do we
cogemos
stop
preguntas.
here? Questions, yes or no?
Vale. Bueno, pues nada. Por
Well,
mi parte,
so
simplemente
that's in all.
despedir.
Let me
Mínimo
just
resumen, yo creo que
say
aportaciones muy interesantes. La
goodbye.
respuesta a este reto
But before
demográfico
that, I
claramente es
think we've given good
multifactorial.
answers that need to
Económica,
be
sin duda,
multifaceted.
porque
It
el
has to
emprendimiento es
be
importante y hay
economic
que
as well, and
tener
financial,
empresas que
as
creen
entrepreneurship is
riqueza,
important, and we need
el cultural
that
y
wealth.
fomentar el arraigo,
We also
el
need
medio
to
ambiente
have
también, poner a
belonging.
la persona en
We
el
need the
centro
environment.
y,
It has
sin
to
duda,
be
yo creo que es un aspecto
people-centered.
importante preguntarle a
And
esa persona que a lo mejor
ask
efectivamente
those people, that's
es más
important as
joven
well,
y ya no
ask them
tiene
as they might be
más
younger and their
prioridades o
priorities or
preferencias, ¿no?
expectations might not
Evitar
be the same
exclusiones,
as
porque la
ours.
digital
And
o la
also
financiera, yo creo que eso es clave de
make
todo.
sure that there's inclusion, whether
Pues
it's
muchísimas
digital
gracias a
or
los tres
financial.
ponentes
I'd
y
like
a
to
todos
thank
los
all three
asistentes
speakers and
y
all
enhorabuena por la
people
organización y
here.
vamos al café. Muchas
Congratulations
gracias.
and see you during coffee. You can hear me now. The speaker says
Yes.
we will resume the meeting and we move on to the next panel. Focuses on the experiences of European regions faced with the demographic challenge. We have 4 speakers. First, we will listen to Carl Forsberg, first Vice President of the Cultural Commission in the Västra Gotland region, that's Sweden, and he will take the floor first, as he has to leave quite soon. You also have translation into Spanish. You all have your headsets, I imagine. So we will give the floor to him, and then we will introduce you to the rest of speakers at this panel.
Carl, we are ready. Whenever you want, you can start with your intervention. You have about 10-15 minutes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm deeply sorry that I cannot be with you in person today, and also that I have to have this speech in English because my Spanish is not near anywhere where you would like it to be. But I will just go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and optimism that I sit before you today to address the crucial topic of social economy in Västra Götaland. As we navigate through the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century, it is imperative that we embrace innovative solutions that not only foster sustainable economic development, but also prioritize social inclusion. Västra Götaland is a region with immense potential, characterized by its rich cultural heritage, vibrant communities, and diverse industries. However, like many regions across the globe, we face persistent social and economic disparities that threaten the well-being of our citizens and the prosperity of our society as a whole. The region is made up of 49 municipalities. We are the main industrial hub of Sweden, with companies such as Volvo, Saab, SKF, and Sweden's second largest city, Gothenburg. But we are also a region of rural areas, of forests and wide fields and a long coastline. So we do not face one demographic challenge, but several. Lack of skilled labor, lack of housing, and the rise of organized crime in the cities, depopulation, rising costs of welfare, and lower tax income in rural areas, not unlike what you have described today in Asturias. In our pursuit of a more resilient future, the concept of social economy emerges as a beacon of hope. It embodies the principles of solidarity, cooperation, and empowerment, emphasizing the importance of people and planet over profit. Social economy enterprises, including cooperatives, social enterprises, and non-profit organizations, play a pivotal role in driving positive change at the grassroots level. As we have outlined in the budget for 2024, our commitment to promoting social economy is unwavering. Through strategic initiatives, we aim to harness the potential of social economy enterprises to address pressing societal challenges, such as unemployment, poverty, and social exclusion. Our main instrument to collaborate with the social economy sector is the Social Economy Council. The Social Economy Council is a dialogue structure in the Västra Götaland region aimed at driving the development of collaboration between social economy actors in Västra Götaland and the region. The Social Economy Council consists of political representatives from the Cultural Committee and representatives from the 4 sub-regional networks for societal economy. The purpose of the Social Economy Council is to contribute to the development and efforts within the social economy and to advise the region on initiatives aimed at the social economy. The Social Economy Council is a democratic forum for dialogue on ideas and needs to initiate, drive, visualize, and utilize competence for local and regional development so that social economy in collaboration is an equal co-creator. The region is also a member of REVS since 2008, where I currently have a seat on the board. And I don't know if you know REVS, it was mentioned earlier at the program. It was founded in 1996. It has 40 members from 14 different countries and fosters cooperation throughout Europe in social economy. Our regional efforts are concentrated in 3 fields. Social procurement policies. Västra Götaland implements social procurement policies that prioritize contracting with social economy enterprises for goods and services procured by public institutions. However, we are in the beginning of this undertaking, and we have recognized the need of training for public servants to make them understand the legal framework associated with social procurement. Partnership with stakeholders is the second field. The region actively engages with a diverse range of stakeholders, but the partnerships that exist today are solely in the field of healthcare, but we are aiming to expand to other areas soon. And finally, the third field is financial support. The region allocates dedicated funding to support social economy enterprises through project funding. These financial resources are instrumental in enabling these organizations to launch new initiatives, expand their operations, and innovate in response to emerging societal needs. What could be interesting for you in the context of the demographic challenge is that we also include small non-profit associations in the civil society in the field of social economy. This could include associations in cultural heritage, art, or sports. We are convinced that these associations play a crucial role in rural development and attractiveness. Furthermore, we are dedicated to fostering collaboration and partnership across sectors, including government, business, academia, and civil society. By leveraging collective expertise and resources of diverse stakeholders, we can develop innovative solutions to complex challenges and maximize the impact of our efforts. We have just begun to assess the EU Action Plan for Social Economy and how that might influence our policies. In fact, I have to leave you a bit early today to attend a meeting discussing just that. In conclusion, the advancement of social economy in Västra Götaland is not merely a goal, but a moral imperative. By championing principles of solidarity, inclusion, and sustainability, we can build a more just and prosperous society for all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Carl. I think you have to leave, so...
Yes, unfortunately, but I have been attending the day, and I will be sure to look at the video from later on from the discussion. I'm deeply sorry that I have to leave you now, but thank you for inviting me, and I hope to see you all in the future in different collaborations throughout the social economy sector.
Okay, thank to you to collaborate with us, and we'll keep in touch for other initiatives. So thank you. I'm so sorry, but the screen is not in front of me, so I cannot see you. Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, and have a good rest of the day.
Okay, same for you. Bye. Bueno, vamos a empezar entonces con los ponentes de la...
Let's move on to the panelists at the table. We can take off our headsets. Here, we have short interventions instead of a Q&A. We have short interventions by the panelists. I will introduce them one by one. First, Carlos Lozano Palanca, head of the International Affairs Unit at CEPES. He has over 20 years of experience in the development and implementation of European international initiatives for social economy. As coordinator of international relations at CEPES, he's been part of the development of the main initiatives in Europe for social economy, as the European Action Plan or the recommendation of the European Council in 2023. He's also led and produced several public papers, national and international, and the role of social economy for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the cooperation initiatives and the development of the Mediterranean coast. He is also the fill-in for the Social and Economic Committee and the Aid and Development Ministry. He has a degree in law by the University of Zaragoza and also conducted several studies in France and Norway about European institutions, community law and competence law in Europe. And without further ado, yours is the floor, some 10 to 15 minutes. And after that, we have a Q&A open for everyone. Good. First of all, hello. I'll be a bit more formal. First, I want to say hello from the President, Juan Antonio Pedreño, who asked me to express my gratitude to the regional government and the Foundation for the invitation to be part of this relevant event. I would also like to say hello to the social economy in Asturias and the representatives, as I am sharing this day with them. I'd like to thank the previous panelists as well with different formulas and initiatives of social economy. Juan Antonio is one of the main or one of the protagonists, as in Valencia he will get the Pepe Miquel Award as recognition of his professional and personal development in the world of co-ops and employee-owned companies or social economy companies. So I am privileged I get the chance to be with you today on behalf of my confederation, which is the Business Confederation in Spain for Social Economy, that represents all shared interest of 43,000 companies and social companies. By the way, let me say that today, the relevance of social economy, which represents 10% of the Spanish GDP, and employs 2 million, around, well, actually 2.5 million people in Spain. So the first message that we wanted to convey in this space in Oviedo, which is a territory, after all, is that social, even though this is a European event, but we wanted to say that social economy is actually well known in Europe and the territories. 48 hours ago, our president and myself and other people were in Brussels. We were at the meeting, the last meeting of the Social Economy Intergroup for the Parliament. And that's where we meet with different members of the Parliament, different ideologies and parliamentary groups. And there were also heads of government, such as the head of the Spanish government and the Commission, with a video by Nicholas Schmidt, there's the commissioner in charge of employment policies and social rights, and then the sector, of course. And the shared message there of the event at the Parliament in Brussels was that social economy had to be the core of the institutional agendas after the next European elections. And so this message that might seem obvious for the people in this room is not actually a mere coincidence. It actually shows the huge advancement and recognition that social economy has achieved during this term with the European perspective in this case, and also at a world level. Never before this term, the last 4 years, 4.5 years, never before it had been so relevant in the European agenda. And we've already heard several people already talk about it, but we can also say that in Europe there is kind of an ecosystem which promotes social economy, which is based on three main initiatives or pillars. First, the action plan, as it has been mentioned by the representatives from Sweden, and it is the European Action Plan for Social Economy, People Center plan. And several people mention it so far. And this action plan covers 60 actions that I will not summarize here. First, I don't know them by heart, but also it would take too long. But one of the elements is the network that we're celebrating here today, the fact that the Asturian government is joining in, as we heard from the representative of the European Commission. This action plan, which was approved in December 2021, where the Vice President of the European Commission was there, together with Commissioner Schmidt, that I mentioned before, and Commissioner Breton, who is in charge of domestic markets and business and entrepreneurship. And this action plan has three main actions or goals. As I was saying, I'll try to summarize it, but first is having the ideal conditions for social economy to grow. And as part of the action plan, there is the local regional perspective, which is always very much present. Second goal is to open opportunities to have access to funding and markets. We heard about public procurement, and that's where social economy in Europe is very important. And then capabilities and skills, making sure that people know how to be entrepreneurs in social economy. Employment is the greatest factor, which at least in Spain has quite an impact. And then increasing recognition at all levels. Action plan needs to help so that social economy and its positive impact for sustainable development, quality employment, digital transformation, and just as the green transition has to be. So it has to be known. Why is that? Because often it is an entrepreneurship model that is a bit far away, not so much from the public powers represented here, but far away from other important authorities. with those competences. The second pillar, as there are three, so the second pillar is quite recent, and the decision was made, as we heard, in November last year, under the Spanish presidency of the European Union, that really gave an impetus to this topic. And it's actually a recommendation. Well, a recommendation has several elements. One adopted by 27 member states to support federal frameworks for the development of social economy with specific commitments for social economy, which means that the Commission put forward a proposal and all 27 member states adopted a number of commitments so that for the next few years, specifically November 2025, need to say what they've done regarding some commitments and indications there. And so the greatest pillar here would be the employment policy, but it's also said the social economy has to be part of a structural policies in the countries. And when it says countries, it's not just state, central governments, but it's all about promoting social economy at a local and regional level. And there are many more things, but I will not dwell on that. It would take me forever. But then the Commission's representative has also mentioned the transition pathway, which is kind of a new element, but it shows, as we've heard before, and the first panel last panel mentioned it, there are sectors such as agri-food, but the EASMU representative also mentioned all the sectors, all activities, and entrepreneurship. This happens with social economy as well. It's not a sector. It's a business model, an economic growth model that is followed with all business sectors or activities. So social economy has been now included by the European Commission as one of 14 ecosystems that are essential to improve competitiveness in Europe, but internationally, reinforcing its strategic autonomy. As we in Europe, we have a social model and promote the green and digital transition through these companies, as well as solidarity being introduced in the market as we so much need it. These three pillars might seem new. I'm talking about 2021, 2022, and 2023. But what they do is, as part of the institutions' agendas, social economy becomes more important. It is not new, but we see how important it is now for institutions, all institutions. When I say institutions, or I'm talking about Commission, Parliament, Council, which are the member states, and the Committee of the Regions, which is very much relevant. Then social economy already had specific weight in structural European policies. I can mention a few that are the most relevant. We have employment counseling policies, trying to set the priorities for the member states in this field, mainly for the promotion of labour demand with employability and social rights. That's where social economy is. Actually, on the 16th, that's when we were at the Parliament meeting, a few kilometers away in a small city near Brussels. There was a relevant event on how to reaffirm the European pillar of social rights, and the final declaration signed by the Commission and the Parliament, plus the regional representatives, national representatives, and social representatives. And it mentions social economy, this action plan, and the recommendation, how important it is to achieve this social economy. And as I was saying, social economy is cross-sectional, so as part of our policies, it is a system for the competitiveness in Europe, as it brings us as growth and sustainable growth and development model, where the people are at the center. Also the resilience mechanism. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but or resilience facilities, sorry, in Spain, the Next Generation regulating body means that it is very important to have social economy, but actually we have some plans in Spain about it. And what about all the initiatives of what they come training or skill creation, how to improve the skills of entrepreneurs in social economy, and then structural funds. I think this is the clearest example on how direct impact on what's decided in Brussels can be seen in the territories. So the structural funds, the European Social Fund, I'm just giving you an example here, but a few years ago, Spain decided that we would invest the European Social Fund, and social economy was one of the priorities, as before that in Brussels it had been identified as part of the regulation as an investment priority. And so we have employment and services, mainly for collective entrepreneurs or special employment centers, different kinds of options, but we see the impact and the relevance of social economy. What I'm saying here has two main reasons. First, it cannot be questioned. I've given you the data for Spain, 43,000 companies that we represent at CEPES, 10% of GDP, 2.5 million jobs. But then for the rest of Europe, there is 3 million people and companies and entities, around 14 million jobs, and soon enough we will also have some more updated data, 8% of GDP in the European Union. But in the end, it's all nice and good, but what does it contribute? Well, it contributes solutions and responses to topics or demands by the society. From housing, with cooperatives, of course, as a number of people in Spain live in a co-op house, but then energy sector and the power communities is an innovation that has been promoted, very much present in the territories, but it's also reindustrialization, cooperative banking, ethical banking, sustainable food, education, digitalization. Just to give you an example, there are huge innovations as a result of social economy through co-ops that are based on platform for fair living conditions for workers, platform workers. So there's a series of elements, but especially, and this is a fun fact because we have the ILO, the OECD, United Nations. By the way, there's a resolution from a year ago where they favored social economy, and then added value of social economy in the territory and how to promote the added value so that we have sustainable development in the territories. This is the greatest element that repeats itself, that link to the territory. That's what makes it possible for us to favor social economy. How am I doing on time? Tight. So just to finish, CEPES, with a number of research companies working with an institution that José Luis Monzón will explain, conducted a number of studies, actually one study, trying to identify the added value, just looking into the data of social economy. And the greatest added value of social economy, I'm not explaining the methodology as it would take me forever, but we've seen the contribution for employment creation and competitiveness of the territories with social economy. So social economy is mainly located in areas with under 40,000 inhabitants. And for those rural territories, local territories, that's where it contributes the largest number of SMEs, much more than any other types of businesses. 43.5% of all companies or startups in social economy happen in local rural territories. And of course, they also bring a diversity of sectors which are crucial, as we've heard before. I don't want to share all the data here, but if social services, education, culture, sports, it's all been contributed by the social economy mostly. And it also creates high-quality, decent working conditions. Why is that? First, it's inclusive, not just because there are also groups that are at risk of exclusion, but groups that sometimes are outside of the labor market. And then with a greater level of stability, lower gender pay gap, more diversity, more gender equality, more women and people with disabilities, better work-life balance as well. So, we get a chance to be part of this network, and this is one of the 60 actions. And I guess it's a good opportunity to explain to you what social economy means as it's used in the territories, but also how important it is this time we're living. And by the way, Spain is one of the countries we can say, it's not that I'm being chauvinistic here, but I think we are at the forefront in Europe for 50 public entities, public authorities that are part of the network. 14 are from Spain, that's what I wanted to say. And it means probably that we are more developed, but let's be honest, as we also have people from the regions here, we have an ecosystem that has a law that was passed in 2011. We also have the strategy for social economy, strategies as well in the region, in Asturias, or even in Navarre, and others which are referenced. And at the same time, but I am about to stop, I promise, same time we have this system, social economy is also working nationally, regionally, as we heard from Assad and other representatives, but also at a European level, as we want to make sure that for the next elections, as I said, social economy is even more in the institutional agenda. As like that, we will develop social economy in Europe, but mainly in the territories. In any case, if you need me to, here I am, if you want, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. We move on to José Luis Monzón Campos, Director of the CIREEC. And I could spend all 15 minutes going through his resume. I'll try to be as quick as possible, as we need to listen to what he has to say. PhD in economics, a chair in the University of Valencia, director of CIREEC Spain, honorary president of CIREEC International and representative for Latin America, director of the business studies at the University of Valencia, president of CIREEC International and the International Scientific Committee, also head of Economía Pública Social Cooperativa Journal, peer reviewer for several journals in Spain and elsewhere, director of the Journal of Social Economy and director of the Social Economy News online journal, has had several research projects in Spain and in Europe for circular economy, third sector, social economy, social action, vocational training, labor market, and others. He has penned several books on social economy, as the reports on social economy in the European Union and the manual of the European Union about the satellite accounts of social economy. As I said, there are many more examples, but when it comes to awards and recognitions, let me say the Temi Candela Award in 2012 for social economy, the Basque Country, first José María Medal on tax studies, and has also been the director of the white paper on disability produced by the ANCE Foundation, director of the Special Centers for Employment in 2016, member of the Alliance for Social Economy and Caregiving for Social Economy in the Spanish government. And I think there are many more things I can say, but we can all get an idea. We get the picture. So yours is the floor, which I understand will be more interesting. In any case, your resume has been made public, so you can check it if you want. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by thanking you for the invitation to participate in this forum. I'm learning quite a lot. I don't think I've missed a single word or idea that have been said today. And I think Marta Maria, Dolores, all of you have been able to organize this, and I would encourage you that with this tremendous potential and the capacity that you have great ability to play a much more relevant role in all of Spain than what you're currently doing. So I would just encourage you, because the field is open and you've got great ability and expertise. So I'll get to the point here. I'll try to stay on track here. I have so many new ideas and things that have come up and that have been reaffirmed by other speakers. In my first intervention, I don't know if I'll be able to speak later on or not, but I'll just give you some ideas. The director has existed since 1997, and in Spain, 1986. And in Spain, again, without wanting to be chauvinistic, I would like to say that it's not a coincidence. It is actually setting the stage and the pace in many international areas. So I think when we talk about social economy and cooperativism, public economy is what I would call it. I think the lead of all of this is in Valencia, in the Spanish Center for CDIEC. We've worked with the European Union, and they've been directed from Valencia. The Director General is from Valencia, and I think now in September, I believe it is, the European Commission, in a public hiring, has given a company in a project which is being conducted from the FFES Alliance of Social Economy and Businessmen. And I think this is, the European Commission will publish a study on the ecosystems of the social economy within the European Union. All of this is being driven from Valencia. And all of this is a way of me to not talk about my book, but I think in order to establish a framework for our conversation and the role that we as people can play within this process, it would appear that the historical trend in terms of population, there tends to be an international trend towards concentrating in urban and metropolitan areas. For the first time in 2008, I think we were 80 million people, and for the first time, the population located in cities and metropolitan areas exceeded that of the population in rural areas. In 2050, it is expected that 2/3 of the world's population will be in urban centers and their metropolitan areas. And right now, 75% approximately of the population live again in urban and metropolitan areas. In Spain, that percentage is more than 80%. I was at the INE yesterday, and there's a study that states that in only 7 counties, so to speak, in Asturias, more than 70%. And so if we take all of Asturias, the ends, we see that there are almost nothing in relative terms. So there are tremendous imbalances here. So what we're seeing is not inevitable. First of all, long-term forecasts may fall apart. We may have hit bottom, maybe not. But what is clear is that even in the hypothesis of this certain trend towards greater concentration of population in urban areas, even within that hypothesis, this is not true locally or regionally, or it doesn't have to be true at a local or regional level. Because realities are not external to ourselves or our will or desire. We are players in this, and we can impact those realities. And that's one of the ideas that I think we have to be very clear on. I'm not here to, bring anyone down. Instead, I'm saying we need to get going, because many of these situations can save themselves from this trend towards the territorial imbalance which is occurring in different countries. It has also been said that no one would think of invest in immature or low-demand sectors. In textile, for instance, well, we can see what that's come about now, because they've been innovative. They've known how to take advantage of competitive edges that they have, because they've been very smart when acting on a business level. So we can impact reality so that at a local level, things will not be irreversible. Or ceramics or cellulose, for instance. In ceramics in Spain, there's a tremendous tradition of ceramic work on the eastern coast. So we can and we should act. So the alcalde, who's the moderator, I have to say he's first rate. I mean, he should be an interviewer on some kind of media, because he did a fabulous job of this. There are many interviewers who ask rather foolish questions, and our moderator this morning has known very well what questions to ask and how. So we are actors in the historical times we are living in. So, and I say this in a positive sense. So who are these players, the stakeholders in the rural areas? I would say, and I've been ratified by what I've heard earlier on from previous speakers, are the public sector represented by the town councils and municipal entities. If we have an inept town council, then things are not going to go well. The mayors in small municipalities have to act as a mayor, as well as being a farmer or what have you. This is also very important. And co-ops. And when I talk about co-ops at a state level, there are certainly many differences. But the co-ops, you have to bear in mind that in Spain, there's some 3,600 farming co-ops in many towns. The only business fabric that exists, the only business culture that exists, it's just been more or less modernized. In Spain, their agro-food sector has been very much modernized. In some areas more than others, but that's the only one that exists. So these are basically the two supports that experience has shown us to exist and upon which we can ask, because the social economy companies, another thing they have to bear in mind, Isabel spoke about the agro-food, we're a company, we're a co-op, but all co-ops are companies, better or worse, but they are all companies. So they produce for the market, they sell on the market, they take resources from the market, they turn that into a product that can be sold again on the market in an attempt to optimize their results. I won't say profits, I'll say results. There are many different objectives that have been pointed out earlier on. Financial aims, of course, if we don't do that, then of course we're not going anywhere, but also social objectives. So they don't exist where there are business opportunities. That's not the consequence. Co-ops arise where there's a collective of a social nature. because maybe there's a lack of perspective, lack of culture, housing, what have you. And based on that problem, they're looking for business opportunities. So co-ops are not created in the offices of the people who are the traders on the stock market. They are born in a town assembly or a community of neighbors. And that's why they're very important. So the alliance between the cooperative economic sector and social economy sector, or producers, the third sector, is also very important. I think the most brilliant experiences of co-ops in Spain, certainly most of them, have arisen from the non-market, but rather from the popular initiative, the People's Initiative. We have a Central European center in the Basque Country, which is called the Gurtea. I think 75 members, and this was the result of an association. It was born from an association of people with disabilities in Mondragón. So there have been social needs behind this. So there were social needs that must be resolved from a business and competing with the national market by being efficient. Efficiency is very important and very necessary. In fact, it's crucial, which means basically every company, whether it's a co-op or not, is formed to have some kind of profit, some kind of value. We're trying for there to be more value after its creation than beforehand, because otherwise, so companies are created to achieve value. And that value will be different in a co-op versus a regular and traditional business, because the aims of a co-op are very different. I don't know of any agri-food co-op that has lost money. We closed the co-op and we're going to go to Poland to set it up. You can't do that. It cannot be separated from its territory because it was created to be able to continue to remain in that territory, of course. Opportunities. If I knew of all of them, then I'm quite sure I'd present my candidacy for a Nobel Prize, Peace Prize maybe. There are economists who come up with great inventions. So instead of giving the Nobel Prize for Economics, they receive the Nobel Peace Prize. That's economy. But because the result was for poor people, then they gave him the Nobel Peace Prize. So we can see a little bit of a biased perspective on economy here. However, I see many signs of hope. Agrarian cooperativism. Green production has increased tremendously in Spain in the last 15, 20 years. By more than 20% in the last 5 years. And the co-ops with green production have gone from 121 in 2011 to 432 in the year 2021. It's true that in Spain we do not consume a lot of cooperative products. I have to say, first and foremost myself. I think I bought some corn on the cob the other day. And it was just as good as what I buy in a tin. But we do export a lot. We have 1 billion euros of ecological production. And that because the agri-food production represents 65%. Of the finished products. Rural tourism. It's true. We started this here in 1992. We started off with an experiment, which then failed. We didn't call it rural tourism. We called it agro-tourism because we wanted to convey the message that the aim of rural tourism began with the awareness of the farmer, not of the tourist. And so we wanted to establish a brand, a Spanish agro-food tourism, And it was a guide, and it was a bestseller. But then again, the economy of care and proximity, I think there are great opportunities there. Public policies are very important. The alliance with the social economy and the social economy, above all, to produce goods that are kind of the pillar of the welfare state. Housing, for instance, as it names, indicates it's a place to live, not a place to speculate. And then experiences. I'm aware of an interesting experience in Castellón, in the inland area, which is called Viver. Viver is an area which is very much inland. Fortunately, the roadways are quite good, so it's only 40-45 minutes from Valencia and from Castellón. They underwent a process of depopulation since the Civil War until the year 1991. In 1991, they had 1,196 inhabitants, and now they have 1,637. So in the year 2021, so it has increased by 40%. So it hit rock bottom, and that gave it the push to go upward. And so with this business fabric view of producing oil and looking for the producers who are selling it any old way, but now they have more modernized installations and also almond production with irrigation. They've created a common use of lands for people who can no longer do this on their own. In Valencia, it's a community where there's the most abandoned, very fertile land. Not the property, but the land itself is no longer being worked for production. So managing the farm, or the use of these different entities. They created a consumer section. I think these things happen, but because they've taken action. I mean, here in Asturias, it's a clear example that nothing has already been written down or cast in stone. This is not predestined. Condenado por Desconfiado is a book which pretty much describes that same phenomenon. Nothing is preordained. In Italy, there's some very interesting experiences with community co-ops in the central regions. Emilia-Romagna, the area of Bologna, and Toscana, the Tuscany, in Florence, and Siena. So they have community co-ops of people who have gone back there from the city. So the generational handoff is also very important, although I would like to be able to study more in depth who the older generations are in those areas. Because in this world, in Spanish agriculture, there are more salaried workers. I think 770 people who are receiving a salary from the agro sector, agro-food sector. So I don't know if there's an age cutoff is the same as what we see in self-employed people. Young people, although I do have to say working in restoration that's very hard work. As Joan Manuel Serrat in the morning dew, heat in the midday, the afternoon, and mosquitoes. I don't want to work the fields. I don't want to be a field worker. Of course, when you hear this sung by Joan Manuel Serrat, that's very lovely. However, the truth is the reality of that is not so great, of course. I'm sorry I've gone over time, but I just get carried away with the ideas. Thank you very much. So now we will hear from Iñaki Mendioroz, Casallo, Director General of Social Economy and Work from the government of Navarre. He's married. He's the only one who's sent us his personal and family CV. So that is meritorious for sure. That is a tremendous value. Thank you. He holds a degree in technical engineering degree for farming. He has a master in management of wastewaters at the University of Alicante. He did the program of participative leadership in Navarre, and in 2023, now 2024, he's finishing it up. He is currently putting the finishing touches on his master in digital management in forestry and farming. So 2002, he started working as a civil engineer for the government, and then he later left that institution. From 2003, he's been working with the farmers as a specialist technician in agriculture and the CEO. He's also been a member of the Community Committee for Farming and Young Farmers and a consultancy body for the European Union for agricultural institutions. He also does mentoring for agro-food companies. During the academic year 2021-22, he worked as a university expert on agriculture as a profession, and he has been a professor at a university for companies. Until September 2023, he has also worked with foundations in Navarre. September 23, he's been a Director General for Social Economy and Work and Human Rights in the government of Navarre, and is currently acting General Director of Social Economy and Work for the government of Navarre. So with no further ado, you now have the floor. Thank you very much for your introduction. I would like to begin, of course, by saying I'm very grateful. For me, it's been a pleasure to be able to attend this year and listen to all the perspectives that you're providing us with. I'm therefore very grateful for the invitation. And so I would thank the organizing committee and the Foundation for Social Economy and the government of the Principality of Asturias and the regional minister for his inauguration here, as well as everyone who is participating here today. So I brought a short presentation. I don't know if we can watch that. If not, I'd like to, after listening to Carlos and José Luis, well then, I don't have the same academic level that they can provide for us. But knowing this ahead of time, I wanted to bring a different lens. An autonomous community, in this case Navarre, considers how to work the social economy from a perspective of consensus, working from planning, a commitment, because the social economy is always a priority in any parliament, and of course it covers different strategies in the regional ministries to be able to undertake measures, carry out projects in the area of the social economy that has to be integral. It's cross-sectional by nature with other policies that we might carry out, and which will be translated into a much stronger transformation of the public-private partnership. And it's been said this morning that this is very important because neither the public administrations or private entities can meet all the needs citizens have, and so this cooperation, this public-private cooperation, is therefore essential. How have I structured this presentation? Well, explain governance and the structure of the government that we currently have in Navarre means that the social economy is at the fore. This is our structure. The General Directorate has been set up for that, and for social economy and employment, they're very important, and within the Department of the Regional Council for Economies. So they're dealing a great deal with the situation of the company, of helping people, which is at the core of social social economy. Clearly, a plan has to have economic and human resources as well. Any plan must also have its indicators, because we have to be able to measure the impact of what we're doing. So those of us who are currently developing policies must necessarily be able to evaluate them. We have to be able to verify that the work and the money that we're putting into this improves or moves us closer to the objectives that we have set for ourselves. So the KPIs are important. So, and then the commitment is it has to affect different areas of the social economic fabric of Navarre. So we also have to promote and develop it, because I've heard many times here this morning, we have to value the social economy, we have to value, in the case of farmers, we have to value that farmers more, we have to make what they do more visible. We also have to disseminate all of this, and within the context that Carlos and José Luis have explained, in the European context where there's been a change, and social economy is finally at the core of many parts of social and economic growth in Europe. We have to explain it to those people who are not yet convinced. For those of us who are here, we're already almost 100% convinced of this. We know what a social economy is. We're reinforcing our position. We're learning from new experiences. But social economy, in order to achieve its aims in Europe, has to be explained to those people who do not understand what it is and what it consists of. So if we were to do a survey or an intervention, I'm sure there would be many people what a co-op is. It might sound familiar, but they wouldn't know how to form it. A special economic and work insertion program they wouldn't know what it is. And there are many aspects that they would be totally unaware of. And that's where we would have to insist and where we would have to work. There are many initiatives that have to be done here. We have to repopulate. We have to encourage people who want to carry out a social plan or whatever, do it on the basis of a social economy. It has to be done. But they have different components. People are at the center, and that's what's different. And that's what's going to establish our development. In Navarre, of course, we do have depopulation, and our strategies will have social economies very much at the fore. In our Navarre industry plan, we have to do things that can be seen in the territory, and they're seen by the stakeholders in the territory. In this case, we can frame it within the industrial fabric. We're talking with all the social and economic stakeholders, and the values of the social economy is to be able to to be present in the preamble of the law, what the model for our industrial model is and what we want it to be. And we want to be able to export it as a brand in and of itself. I do want to be a benchmark for what we do well. I've heard lots of things about we're doing well here. The strategies at a local area, the central co-op, what have you, and agro-farm areas. And we have to say this very clearly. We have to say what we're doing right so that we can transfer a lot of this, because this is another major key. We have to be able to transfer, to improve, to share, and so that we can network, as we've seen before, that this network of regions will actually work. So it can be an area where we can learn about other experiences, where we can post initiatives, and to make the social economy that much larger, that much more important. You said, and rightly so, that many of these Spanish companies and Spanish co-ops, we have to be taken into account, because the model of social economy is working. We have to grow, but certainly it is working. We have to expand that. So intelligent specialization plan in Navarre bears in mind the social economy, as well as, of course, the 2030 agenda. This is very important. I coincide with José Luis when he said that predictions can change. They will change, for sure they will, because there's tremendous geopolitical uncertainty. And we have the climate change added to that. So all of these factors will necessarily change many of the predictions that we currently have. So aiming our actions toward the 2030 agenda is a very important one. And we also have talking about cooperation and collaboration between people as another major objective that we pursue. So we can see the figures on the screen. people involved in the social economy, directly or indirectly. The first message is a joint strategic planning. And so here we can see multi-agent and multi-sectorial. It's not a niche in a certain sector, but instead it involves many different sectors because it's competitive. Social economy, it doesn't exist to do social goodwill. It exists to be able to earn money with dignity and on the basis of certain principles that may differentiate us from others, perhaps. And of course, the public-private partnerships are very important. I won't go into these data from the European Union. We're all very familiar with all of this. And we can certainly carry out new projects and initiatives. But what I would like to talk about is the integral plan for social economy in Navarre. We are now in the third edition. We're designing the third edition. The first one was done in 2016. We're evaluating the second edition, and we're now drafting the third edition together with the stakeholders so that we can work together. And we are focusing on sustainable development, of course, amongst the different aims. First of all, to contribute greater social and territorial cohesion. We're talking about demographic challenge and et cetera, depending on the social economy, to confront the demographic challenge. So social economy has to align perfectly with the needs that the society has, with the hypothesis that we will be able to impact on the European Union will hopefully provide funds that will allow us to have an important impact. So 37 million euros will be included, so 240 work cooperatives and social employee-owned companies and co-ops, 409 people, 75 training courses, 999 people as alumnus from 60 different companies. Our plan has its strategic lines. It establishes action plans and different actions. And here we can see it in a schematic as an outline here. But I'd like to focus on certain actions that I believe will be important for today's work. When we talk about innovation, the integral employment plan develops innovation in a joint way. So we created a culture of innovation was created, an observatory was created, pilot working groups were also working at a local development level so that these things could be done from a regional level. Entrepreneurship is also very important. In Navarre, we have a law of cooperatives with the creation of micro co-ops, which is an easier way to perhaps take that first step toward creating a co-op. So with just two people, they can work as a co-op. It's easy to constitute. It also has tax benefits and regulatory benefits. So it's practically 90% of the installations of people who want to create a business. So in this case, we have colleagues within the CEPE, ANEL in particular in Navarre, in employee-owned companies, and a cooperative campus is created, and a campus for entrepreneurs, which is an initiative that I like, because when you want to undertake a new business, you've got problems with funding. I don't know if my business idea will work out. I don't know how the market will respond. So what this association of entrepreneurs says is, come with us. So before you launch your product to the market, we can do tests where the co-op of businessmen will take on that risk so that the project can receive this evaluation during this trial period, so that the co-op or the micro co-op can be set up. So I think this is a very interesting initiative. In terms of training, not targeting just ourselves, but particularly the rest of the people, we have a professorship in this area, another professorship that the NA group is, which is a second-degree agri-food sector. And we want to create these research spaces and also into the social economy. An institute has been created in Navarre, which will now have a regulated class dedicated to social economy. This is a wonderful opportunity to raise awareness. So I want you to say, for those people And there's a lot of risk. You have to be very brave, of course, but an interesting modality has to do with social economy. The person who has a product or a business plan doesn't know who to target to sell their services or their product, and I think other models may not necessarily have this. Projects, and I'll finish up with this slide. What specific initiatives are we supporting of the many that we have ongoing? Many that cover it needs to be able to develop a social economy, the care sector, of course, in rural area, focusing particularly on how we work with the seniors, aging care, etc. This is very important, and it can be done through a social economy. We have a project, El Rural Domus, is a foundation that is not thinking of tax paradises, but is working in the territory. San Juan de Dios Hospital, they are working with vulnerable people to provide them with some kind of job by training them to care for seniors, how to accompany them and how to evaluate them in the by means of a micro co-op or a small company, and they can create these companies that can stay in the community where they're providing their services, and we're very excited about this. Agro-food. This is a communication campaign that we have for Navarre, and they're just explanatory videos where young farmers explain how important they are for society, the primary sector, food production, what their work consists of. So you put your hat on them, sun up to sundown. Now, these are young people who've been well trained and who want to do things, and it's often important to explain what they do so that we can put aside the messages from years back and, oh, the farmer, what a bad time, it's so hard, they don't earn very much, etc., etc. We all want to work in something else. How am I going to want to work in those kinds of situations? Also, young people do not participate in our same mindset, so to speak. The young people have a different mindset. So I said, I've always been working 12 hours a day, sun up to sundown, doing whatever needed to be done. If I didn't get to see my kids for a week, I didn't see them for a week if that's what I had to do to put food on the table. These are values. But nowadays, the young people who are taking over from us, we can't say that to them because they're going to say, I'm not going to work on that. I'm going to work, I put my computer on, I'll talk with China, Taiwan, I have time for work and family. So I think we have to kind of reorganize our messaging. And training and visibilization, I think EducoCoop is very good. There's also an AUNA initiative, and there's another important message which has to do with social inclusion. There's a situation in which the migrant population comes to our areas to work. They want to work. And so if the situation is not good, we need to incorporate these people to work. So it's sometimes hard, and cultural, linguistic issues that we have, and barriers that we have to overcome. So what we're doing from the Department of Social Rights is trying to profile these people, migrants who have a harder time getting a job, so that we can accompany them and guide them, create an itinerary by means of which they can work on through a public-private partnership and with experience in the different businesses, to be able to facilitate, find out what profiles are needed, and provide these migrant workers with a job that perhaps their profile might match. The thing is some 45% of the people who are participating in this pilot group were able to achieve a job. So this is a success case, and it's a model to follow as well. So here we have a local action group, a European School of Business. It was created through an Interreg European Union project with the training that we want to conduct at a European level, which means that within the representation of the social economy in Navarre, a few years ago, we received a gold medal of the government of Navarre. It's a public recognition that social economy is necessary in Navarre. CEPS, TEPES participates. Those bodies where employment policies are being discussed in the regional level, for instance, as well as the social council in Navarre. So in that regard, we try to get the social economy to be able to impregnate the economic and social fabric of our community. And with slide, what I want to say is that it's not just a matter about special employment centers or co-ops and etc., foundations, and the economic social network for solidarity. So I would like to thank you all, and I am at your disposition for whatever you may be needing. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have the Q&A now. So there's someone back there who has a question.
Sí, buenos días.
Yes, good morning. I'm Germán Romano. I'm representing the local action group in the east of Asturias. First, let me thank the organizers of the meeting, as I think this is an interesting meeting point. As some of the panelists said, it is good this is known as we believe in social economy, we believe in the rural world. And I'm sure this will make it to the press and the media and the socials. But I want to mention something that I think is important. When we talk about the demographic challenge in social economy, well, we need to have it dynamized culturally, socially, and financially. In the east of Asturias, we are so happy that we have politicians. We have Marco, Begoña as directors, as well as the mayors there. For example, the mayor of Cabrales, not because they are ordinary politicians, but they believe in the rural world and believe in it because they lived in it, have built companies, they know what's positive and what's negative about living in the rural world. And so my message is that it's not Heidi's account, but it's not that negative either. Sometimes we hear it's no opportunity, no work. There's always a no. There's always a no. But I agree with what Mr. Bonzano, Mr. Lozano, Mr. Iñaki said. We need policies. We need to have European policies, Spanish policies as well, regional policies. But if there is not a belief that we in the rural world believe in it, no matter how many policies are there, it will not work. We need policies so there are proper internet connection and there is good services and everything else. But it has to be like that. Let me give you two examples I always share about my county, Porrúa, in Llanes and Cabrales. There has been a social dynamic created there by means of which we could reverse the data and increase the population. These are two different models. One is through association with the Yacin Cultural Association that started many years ago and has created a social cultural dynamic that brings people in. It brings people in to live, but we've seen new businesses being opened, whether restaurants or farms or new types of businesses, private lessons. And this is through a process of associations. And then there is the Asiego Pole model, which was a business idea by the Niembro brothers, who created a working system, which in turn led to a dynamic. And this is an example where we see policies favoring it, but help to reverse the trend, because people there, we believe in the territories, we work on it, and we expect nothing in exchange. We just want it to be developed so that we can grow with it. As we heard before, Rocío, if I'm not mistaken, Doña Rocío, Doña Isabel said it. I give you the example of the east of Asturias. We are the leaders, and every year we might have 200 projects, and around 40% of those are entrepreneurs, people who want to come to live in the rural area, and resources are there. As Iñaki says, we might be lacking communication, knowing how to sell what we have, as we help people for their business plans. We have the Chamber of Commerce and the development plans. Sometimes I think we don't really know how to sell what we have in our territory. And that's what we're missing. And I fully agree with what we heard before, and this was said by Mr. Bonzo, is education. We will train our children to be clerks, right? That's what's best. Leave the rural world. But that's not what I do. I want my children, my girls, to be in love with the rural world. I want them to see the advantages, what's good about it. And I think these talks are food for thought and show us what's good about it, because in the rural world there are so many opportunities, and we can have people who are very much trained. I returned 24 years ago because there are opportunities here, opportunities we need to believe in. I'm afraid we need to close. If there are questions, if not, we will conclude this panel. Well, it seems that's all. Thank you very much to everyone who are here. Thank you for your comments. We will have the next panel now. So we will resume. We are now in the last panel of today, of this wonderful meeting, I would say. We've heard what people had to say about the demographic challenge and social economy, and the impact it has on the development of the territory and demographics and getting people to stay. I'm sure that we will listen to more interesting contributions, and we will come to know better some of the projects and ideas on social, sustainable and technological development that happen here in the rural environment, and we will do it together with the three speakers that are at the panel. I'm about to introduce them to you. We have Pablo Priesca, used to be the coordinator of European projects between 1990 and 1997 in the Center for New Technologies in Gijón, then director of the New Technology Center in Avilés, 1997 to 2002, and then move on to FFES to start with the beginning of the CTIC Center, where he was the director between 2003 and 2023. And in 2019, he promoted the creation of the CTIC Rural ITC, Center of Territorial Intelligence and Innovation for the Rural Environment in Villaviciosa in Spain. He has several papers and panels on territorial development. I think he is a familiar face for most of us. So then we have Antonio García Méndez, teacher at the Sociedad Cooperativa de Iniciativa Social Center in Tapia de Sariego, founding member of the EDES Foundation of Social Initiatives, and also head of the board of the EDES Foundation and manager of the El Cabillón Farm that manages a special center for employment in the agri-food sector. And then our last panelist, Raquel Fernández López, who is has a degree in agriculture engineering and was part of the business management program in San Telmo Business School. She now works in or with the Central Lechera Asturiana, but before that, when she joined in 2021, has been working in agro-food multinational companies, where she's been in charge of production, and with the engineering department, she's led innovation and development projects. As I was saying, she is with Central Lechera Asturiana as Director for Transformation, including sustainability, innovation, and agricultural services available for the producing members. So if it's okay with you, I think it's an hour that we have. We have next a summary of the project. So we start with Pablo. Good morning. Thank you very much for your kind invitation so that I can be here today. I will mention, and I'll be brief, what we are developing, in CTIC Rural, a center that we opened 3 years ago in Pion, a village in Villaviciosa. Let me explain what territorial intelligence systems mean to us, as I think it's a good summary of the center. So these systems are systemic, holistic approaches to tackle the problems that we've learned about today here with the demographic challenge, but at a one-on-one scale. These are territorial projects that understand that the project is the territory and not a sum of projects in the territory. So we see the territory as a whole, as a system where we have different elements involved, and with that we design our strategies. This is just the opposite of the sectoral approaches that are vertical and department-based, which usually understand the problem in a biased way with the perspective of their verticality and only knowing what goes on in the department. So the idea to have these territorial intelligence systems means that we need to have sustainable models that can be replicated elsewhere. So what we are doing in Pion is promoting a model that can then be adjusted to territories that have components and features that are a bit different. So in the end, it is a territorial system, or territorial intelligence system is all the knowledge that has to be gathered, whether it is scientific or local, because there's a lot of local knowledge as well. All that knowledge, even historical knowledge, needs to be gathered so that we can understand the working dynamics and the structure of the territory. And with that knowledge and following techniques, technology after all is a technique, we can have strategies that will then lead to economic, social, cultural, and environmental sustainability of the territory. So these are interventions that need to be systemic. The operations center is the CTIC Rural Tech Center. Around the center, there are infrastructures that have already been deployed from the local power community that provides energy, supplies energy to all the neighbors around. Different types of users, a farm, a person living on their own, a taxi driver with an electric car, so different types. Also a climate simulator, so that we can experiment with short-cycle crops to see how climate change will impact them. And so we reproduce the climate with these climate simulators. And as part of our space, we have the rural school still going as a rural school, which is the building you see to your left. And there, we've created an intergenerational room. Every week, we have people of all three parishes to bring back local culture that isn't then published on a website devoted to it. But on top of it, on top of the infrastructures we have, which of course we have also an infrastructure that helps us collect data of the whole deployment that we have for the valley. But we have it all, which is the social technological deployment in the valley. You see the circle there shows the infrastructures that we have at CTIC Rural Tech. We have power community, climate simulators, also data processing center, rural school, intergenerational room. But then it's all deployed around the valley. First thing we've done was creating a network of communications of our own. That network helps us to keep all the sensors adding data from the valley on a permanent basis so that they are processing our data processing center, and then we inject it with artificial intelligence techniques, and we enrich the data and send information back to neighbors, local producers. So what do we have? Let me be quick about it. We have sensors in apple orchards, on the water management system, all fountains. Much information had to be recovered together with the neighbors, and we have also gardens and greenhouses, hives, and we have 5 control stations regarding fire management as well in the forest around Pion, which is a high-risk forest because it's pine trees and eucalyptus trees, and it's a continuous surface, very wide, and so the fire risk is relevant. Having a control system for fire prevention helps us have also risk maps, as well as landscape modeling programs for productive spaces that are separated inside the forest, and that's what we are working on. Of course, We need to have data collected. We have the regional government, the fire department, the State Council of Villaviciosa, as well as the neighbors. So these could be understood as independent projects, which are not. This has all been thought as part of a territorial development plan, so they are all linked together. In a way, they are coupled. And so the cooperation of neighbors in it is very important. Without the neighbors' cooperation, without the cooperation of small producers, this wouldn't make sense. All three, actually two business neighbor associations, Peón Candanal and Arroes, they've worked on it. And then we also have the tree orchards, the apple orchards have owners, the farms have owners, the hives have owners, and even the gardens do. If any of these elements that we want to experience and add to the model is not available in the territory, as it actually happened in some cases, we move to a different territory where the conditions are met. For example, fencing, virtual fencing. We want to work with them for goat groups, and we had to go to Somiedo to experience, to pilot those. All these elements are part of the deployment of what we have already in Peón and that we keep going, keep having now. This was done last year, and this would never have been possible without parent project, so that we could work with this format of thinking of territorial intelligence projects which are structural. Al de Acero was the starting project, and together with the commissioner, with the commissioner for the demographic challenge in the previous government, as well as the current government, the current directorate for the demographic challenge, with Marcos Niño, funding from the ministry, a funding of our own, and we managed to start the deployment to create a territorial intelligence system, and now we are ready to take it to other territories, even though this year we're still working on similar projects, what means how we return information to fire department or the city council in Villaviciosa or the producers that want to know whether they need to water the farm or not, whether they need to enrich the land or the soil or not. And so we, from the technological side, we can contribute importantly. I will stop here. This is all I wanted to say. This idea of what we are working on at the Peón Center. Thank you very much, Pablo. So very interesting. Yes, please put your hands together because of what you've just explained. Antonio, may I? Yes, sure.
Pues nada, yo un poco por completar, yo tengo un hijo también.
I also have a son,
soy de pueblo, pero me
and
fui a
I'm
vivir a una aldea.
from a village, and my wife wants to live in a village,
Porque estoy donde estoy, seguramente.
which is why I am where I am, I suppose.
Soy de una familia que
I also come
una familia de ganaderos.
from a family of farmers. My parents were livestock farmers. They had a small livestock farm.
Mi formación, sí. Sí, estoy buscándole que el... Dale, que no le veo.
Las soluciones tecnológicas, menos mal que tenemos aquí a Pablo.
Any kind of technological issue, we're lucky to have Pablo here with us. So anyway.
Yo al final pues empecé a trabajar
So basically, I started working
en el ámbito de la formación de personas con discapacidad
in the area of training people with disabilities.
y cuando el Principado cogió
In
competencias
this, and when
en
the
bienestar
Principality
social,
took
el
on
Centro de
a
Educación Especial que gestionaba esa
well-being
asociación, yo trabajaba
area of
con
well-being, and I
otros
was working together with other
compañeros y
people, other
compañeras,
colleagues.
pues cerraba, se quedaba en el paro, nos
The
quedábamos en
center
paro
closed
7
down, and
personas,
7 of
y se
us
quedaban
were
sin centro
unemployed,
educativo,
and
centro educativo que de educación
the only special education centers left 36, 37 children without education. So the others are either in Avilés or in Lugo. So the need, therefore, for a social economy, to create a co-op. So we sat down with the families. Had the families not wanted to do this, we would not have been able to create the co-op. We created the co-op in 1992, and that's when we started working. We had no idea of management. We learned along the way. And we opted for this format because we believed in those values and principles. So the co-ops with the non-profit co-ops were, I mean, it wasn't something that existed. We always just reinvested whatever profit there was. In the middle, we can see is the parents were also pioneers in the parent associations, and together we set up the educational center with many deficits. We can see on the photo on the left, it looks like we're in a third world nation. It wasn't all that long ago, really, when you think about it. But our initial situation was a difficult one. And in 1999, we created a foundation between the families and the workers. We created the EDES Foundation. So I'm here representing the EDES Foundation, the teaching co-op EDES. I forgot to start by thanking the invitation that as a foundation we have had to be present here, and we're very grateful for that. And the foundation was created, and with the Parent-Teacher Association in the school, we were able to cover the needs. We were in the northwest. I want to say it was kind of a farmland that was empty. The building was empty. And that's where we started. And we were still kind of a brotherhood, but the co-op began there. And the educators and the family, and with the support of the administration and local action groups, the first funding was PRODER. It was still for PRODER. And little by little, we were able to refurbish the building. All of this information can be found on our website if you're interested in seeing it. As you can imagine, it's about making people, putting the people at the center of their own lives and giving them the reins. And so that these people and all of us who form part of this project to be able to contribute to the development of a living, sustainable, social, and environmentally sustainable area. Again, these three pillars. So the values, dignity and respect, commitment, responsibility, participation, networking, transparency, collaboration, I think they're all reflected there. So right now we're reviewing the strategic planning, but that's in our DNA. And of course, times change, and we have to always tweak our planning. The people who started with us and the users are no longer the same either. But we still have people at the core of everything we do. From the foundation, we take care of looking after early childhood care. It's a public service, paid for by funds provided by the Social Rights and Wellbeing Ministry. So in 2023 was when we first applied for that funding. The Educational Center for Children and Young People, I think from 7 to 21 years of age, and adults in the employment services. So I'll talk about the services and programs that we have for the early childhood care area. This was a resource that I always use as an example to say if this resource or if this service doesn't exist, these young children, imagine a baby having to come from San Martín de los Oscos, having to come to Avilés for a treatment center, or to Oviedo, for instance. I have a very clear example of a family who said, with your son, you have to go live in Oviedo because your child needs special care and special treatment. In this case, it was physical therapy twice a week. So I'm going to take my cows to the Parque de San Francisco, the park in the city center. The educational center, or the school, which is what actually gave rise to this program overall. What we tried to do is to establish a learning plan to help these people, these children and young people, to develop their abilities with activities that were specialized and suited to each one. There are currently 23 young people who are signed up, and we try to guarantee that right to a quality education with strategies that foster inclusive education. Often we have a reputation for being a bit segregated. And perhaps what we need to do is to find that opening in the community. We try to have as many projects as possible or activities ongoing with mainstream education. We look for as many opportunities as we can, but we don't always. Our efforts are not always reciprocated for the other part, but we do participate in innovation programs from the regional ministry. I remember 3-4 years ago a very interesting project of sharing experiences with other groups such as tapia, surfing, nature activities. And these activities, our students were the ones who were teaching the other ones to be able to put their own abilities and give them value and value them, basically. So fostering the ability for people to have as many experiences with their surroundings as possible. We foster social participation as far as leisure time is concerned, and we believe that to be right. And people with special needs often have a hard time being able to gain access to their leisure activity that they choose. So dog therapy or canine therapy, camping, training to get adults participating in this. And we accompany and support the families, but also the people, these young people. Their needs change as they grow up, and so we help with that with information. We have an activity in July for leisure time to help facilitate their parents' ability to work and take care of their family. We do kind of booster classes, and in the afternoon they have activities with monitors that are organized by the foundation itself. Also information and training activities, and another project that is also due to the Next Generation funds, which enabled us to do something we always dreamt of. We didn't ever think that we would do it or that we would have to do it, but we had the chance to participate in a pilot project that seeks to research the support models that should be offered by the state so that a person with a disability, or any person in general, obviously we focus on people with disabilities, but there are other centers that I will explain later on that are part of the same network for rural development centers that we're carrying out with other groups. What this experience tries is to change a model of society and perspective so that the society itself generates the resources, plans, activities, and organizes the activities, taking into account everyone, so that there may be a sports arena and people can go and play a sport or use a swimming pool, and they wouldn't have to be specifically for people who are disabled or what have you. But when the resources or services are being planned, they do so in such a way that they can meet the needs of all people. This is a project, like everything concerning Next Generation funds, will have its beginning and end. It will end this year in 2024, but together with the other centers and with the support of the universities, we hope to be able to develop models that can give clues as to what good practices can be put into use there. So training and employment service. This is also a project that was started in 2005 to respond to the needs of these people, basically to look for job opportunities for them as they came out of the school itself. And last year we reached 60 people with this service, again thanks to a project to identify integrated itineraries to fight against depopulation in rural areas, which was also funded through the government grants. So, through this program, this training program, the first thing that we had done was to request, in 2005, we requested a training course. Here we can see colleagues from the Special Employment Center. And of the first students, we were able to start up the Special Employment Center. They created an ecological farming or organic farming area, and so the rural community is a perfect area to carry this out in, where we conducted our pilot experience. 60 people, 5 started, and last year there were 16 people who had been hired. Some of them had their first opportunity in this case. So participation in social activity was, I'm naming it last, but it was the first one that we started up because the special education centers found themselves in a situation that they're working towards the inside, so to speak, inwards. It's oftentimes very intense, but this enabled us to open up to the society itself, together with other networks, with other centers, other projects, to understand the realities of disabled people, and also to facilitate that society itself would open their doors to these people. So we started out with the volunteers, and we saw that it was important to foster the social participation in rural areas, strengthen the associations there, young people, the participation of young people, creating a future was one of those projects. And recently, well, maybe not so recent anymore, 4 years ago or 4 or 5 years ago, with the Confederation of Rural Development, ECOCEDE, we fostered the program of going back to the village from the rural area, now from the Director General for the demographic challenge. And what this seeks to do is to get new people into these areas, obviously looking for resources and making these resources available to new people who are going to settle there, and also foster this reception of people, from people who live in the territories themselves, but also so that for people coming from outside will find it easier to be able to settle there. We were talking about a center of volunteers, Tejeredes. So there are some that are missing, but some inclusion, the network for volunteer and social participation, which was also mentioned by Marcos, in the community area, fight against poverty and social exclusion, the network for solidarity in Asturias, social economy and solidarity. And later on, I'm sure we'll be able to talk about these different strategies. And then the work, the team. We talk about opportunities for employment that social economy provides. 19 people in the educational center. Well, now there's 21. 23 people in the EASMU Foundation. And in the Special Employment Center, between 15, 18 people, depending on the season of the year. So they have a special employment work because of their seasonal work. This is what happens with the agricultural production. And of course, without the help of the coordination and administration, we would not be able to, and our volunteers, we would not be able to do what we do. Thank you very much. Later on, I'm sure we'll have the chance to talk about a lot of those things. I would like to thank the Foundation for including class in this type of activity because I like to be able to show off for you. I like to have people see us and what we're about. I presented a short presentation in addition to speaking about the initiatives and innovation that we're carrying out in the area of beef and dairy, of course, which is the only area I'm competent to speak about. I would like to say that the Central Lechera is very similar to a co-op. These are just some figures to introduce the sectors that we belong to and what we cover and are part of this institution. In the table where we can see the aid ranges, so what we already know, which has to do the issue of aging in the agro sector. The average age is 53 years, which means that in 10 to 12 years, we will have only half of the farmers we currently have. And although we're able to maintain volume despite the closures of different farms that we have, we're afraid that this will no longer be the case. The farms are more efficient, they're producing more, what have you, but the curve, we believe, will, in short order, reveal a change in the trend. 40% of the farms are run by women as the owner or as the main working. There are women, they're very hardworking women. And oftentimes they're simply not seen or seen very little, particularly in the governing bodies. How does it work? La Central Lechera Asturiana is an institution that has certain governing organs, as we see, a General Assembly, which is elected directly. The farmers vote, they elect their representatives, and then everything else happens below that arrow takes place. So this entity, as with any institution, sometimes it's hard to make a decision or to innovate, but we have to bear in mind that the farmers themselves are the ones who are deciding about their lives. And I think it's important that people know that the 14 people who create the board take care of their cows, what have you, and then they come into the office depending on what's on the agenda for the day. So this happened many years ago, but it's still key and for the institution itself, and why we're able to achieve the profitability of our farms is what we see here on the screen. Back in the day, the headquarters was separated into different entities, and thanks to all of these different activities, and we were able to achieve an economic return that made it worthwhile for the farmers to produce their farms. The idea of the Central Lechera Asturiana is to collect the milk and what have you. So depending on all of this, typically the price they receive is slightly above the national average. As for our purpose or mission, obviously we seek to guarantee the future of those farmers that we have spread out across the territory, and to guarantee that their activity is profitable, efficient, and sustainable. And because we're in the territory itself, we live here, and the economic and social development of all of these areas where the farms are located is a very important aspect for both our brand and the entire spider web, so to speak, that is created around it. When we talk about what we do, we transport milk to the factories, to the different plants, and we provide the farmers with the help that they need to make their work as easy as possible. And that includes purchasing and investing in refrigerators, investing in all kinds of services, including some that have to do with being able to achieve that work-life balance. So the young people do want to work, but perhaps we have other priorities that our parents didn't have. So we work very hard in this area of creating a work-home life balance, and by means of substitutions, for instance, so that they can have some certain days of vacation, the same as anyone else who lives in the city of Oviedo, for instance. All of these services have been certified with a seal that you will see on the products that are sold by this. And we feel that this distinguishes us from other brands of milk that you can find on the market, because it endorses all of the pillars of the social economy that we are so in favor of. I've also brought some figures for the agricultural figures. We have some 900 farmers who are currently active. We offer different services that have to do with milk quality, as well as livestock care, in terms of health care, what have you. And it's kind of surprising. We might be thinking 60, 70, 80,000 cows that a small group, well, it's no longer so small, the 900 farmers, but we can see that they represent lots of SMEs spread out across the Asturian landscape, which is a very complex thing. Now, issues that have to do with innovation. Over the course of the years, and in light of how our company has been developing, leads us to take small steps so that our farmers that have to do, help them in the area of environment. So in energy, of course, for more than 10 years now, there's been a collective purchasing of energy to be able to guarantee a slight decrease in price on our electricity bill. But now we're focusing more on solar panels. You have a photograph there. This is a farm in Muñoz de Arriba in Valdés, and they decided to invest in this issue through our program. And we also want to reflect, in line with what Iñaki said, we're no longer wearing the felt cap, but our farmers are also innovating. Another issue that we committed to is Biogastur, which is a biogas plant in Navia, and it forms part of a pillar that we have, the circular economy and the environment. What we do is to collect the superavit of purines, or the excess of purines take place in the farm, and we carry out a series of processes, and then we bring it back in the form of fertilizer to be used in the fields, and it substitutes, in part, the inorganic fertilizers that we use with conditions of anaerobic conditions. So 2024, 2025, instead of producing electricity, we will be able to produce biomethane. And also innovation projects, and in this case we're working with CETIC quite a lot. Another role that we have is that of mitigating slightly all of the regulatory demands that come from Europe, and try to bring it down to a level where we can affect changes and how they can adapt to these new regulations and make it a little bit easier for our members. For instance, when we're talking about carbon footprint, the impact of food and the environment, carbon credits that are created in forest areas as well as pasture lands. We appear to have lost sound.
But we do not leave them behind. They need to keep moving. That's the only option, but without support and trying to make sure that the impact for them is as soft as possible. Let me just mention a few projects of European funding, such as the Gardens project. We've been working on to have methane processors in the farms. Depending on the feed animals get, they emit more or less methane. And I think this is the last one. Yes, that was the last one. Thank you very much, Raquel. Thank you to the three of you. I think that the projects you've shared have been very interesting. And we now move on to the Q&A. And of course, we only have limited time, so please keep it short. You've been given a few more minutes for your presentation, as the audience is interested in your explanations, but I need you to be short now. As indicated by the organization, you mentioned the different projects you developed in your entities. All of them have an impact on the development of the rural environment and the rural population. And so I'd like to know your opinion. I've heard it along the morning. We've talked about social economy and demographic challenge, but now it's your turn. We need to know your opinion on the challenges that the population has, especially for the rural environment, and what type of strategies can be developed, as you understand it, to achieve what we've discussed throughout the morning, the demographic challenge and getting people to stay in rural areas. Pablo? Well, yes. Problem is very complicated, is multifaceted, as Marcos said. It's actually a systemic problem where there are many variables involved, whether financial, social, cultural, historical, infrastructure availability, as many others, and variables that are combined constantly with each other. As I said, this is a systemic problem, and systemic problems need to be tackled with systemic policies as well, and not with department-based policies. And I think this is the key. It cannot be that interventions or strategies are just the sum of the actions of each department, of the vertical departments. Cannot be like that. And so this is what we've heard so far. Well, it's a general problem. It's not a problem that affects just Asturias, but it's a national problem. As departments, and when I say departments, I talk about DGs or regional ministries. Think about their competencies, their powers, the powers of the DG or the ministry. So if the problem is a systemic problem, we need to think of it as a territory. And that has to be led by someone, of course. Departments, vertical departments need to implement policies, of course, but someone needs to lead those. Someone needs to keep in mind the whole process. It's much more than just the sum of the parts. This was one thing, but it's not enough to have the strategy without taking into account, and I think we've heard it before, without taking into account the social circles, the local people. You cannot blame it on the administration if there is no local leaders pushing the strategy forward. So what's clear is that every territory should have a vision of what they want the territory to be in 20 years' time. So it's a narrow indicating the destination. But let me add that rural environment, as I see it, requires a regulatory revision that has to be done in depth. very much in depth. And that regulation in the rural world has been designed as a vertical, not as a global or an overview, and has undergone a process since the 60s that has been addictive and additive. Additive because it was regulation that was created and little was dismissed, but it was addictive because everything is being solved through regulation. But the regulation was thought vertically, never trying to understand the systemic problem. And something funny happens. As rural exodus starts mainly in the 60s in a massive way. We see people moving from villages to cities. And we also see a virtual invasion of the rural environment in three parts. First, bureaucracy with regulation. Bureaucracy is the symptom, but not the problem. Problem is regulation. Second element that invades it, I hope I'm not offending anyone, but I'm talking about urban ecologism. And thirdly, parliaments that thought in city terms and not rural development terms. And the more the population left, the more elements were invading. So less population, more regulation. We find ourselves in a situation, and we all talk about the importance of innovation, but we see regulation is just a complement to the norm, to the standard. Innovation is the way it is broken. If you have a hyper-regulated world, the options for intervention go down considerably. So I guess this is the root of the problem, which isn't easy to work on, and administrations don't find it easy. Often they say, well, that's a DJ that says, but the DJ has the regulation behind that doesn't allow them to do much more. You need to take it further up. So it takes high-reach political agreements for regulatory revisions that are in-depth and that are development-centered. I will stop here. Thank you very much, Pablo. Raquel? Yes. May I? Yes, of course.
Para nosotros, en el sector agroalimentario, especialmente en el ganadero, el mayor
in the agri-food sector, it's all about the handover, as Isabel said, is that generation handover. Whether they are children of former villagers or people that come from outside. Different circumstances, different solutions. I think Javier mentioned it, as mentioned by Magali. We were taught to live rural area. I'm the daughter of farmers, and my dad several times told me, go and study. I don't want you to stay here. Why? Because 365 days a year, 24/7. It's difficult to manage. But as Pablo said as well, strategy needs to be at a level where, for example, Central Lechera Asturiana can work on its handover strategy to keep the number of members, of associates, but policies need to be there and need to be aggressive in the support they give. Thank you. Raquel. Yes, it's worrying. He is not using a microphone? Sorry, he is not using a microphone? In a way, Pablo mentioned it. A challenge, and this was explained before, this idea of engagement. People, those of us living in a village, we need to be aware of our future, the future of our own villages, so that we can also claim the rights we are entitled to as citizens that we are. We will not have the same resources or services or the same options as a city, but we do have a minimum threshold for rights. I'm talking about public services, basic services, of a proper quality and proximity needs to be reasonable. Of course, it will take adjusting to the reality, but they need to exist. And it's not just the basics, as we all know what they are: transportation, healthcare, education, or work and life balance for having children. Otherwise, it is impossible to get a life. But then recreation, culture, preserving the cultural expressions and identity of the territories, which often isn't that clear that is just like that. We, public administration, sometimes impose a model which is not what is demanded by territories. And then, as Pablo said, another key, some things are imposed, but how? Population left, population were told to leave, and we see that with Marcos. It was necessary to have labor, cheap labor, used to working in difficult conditions, harsh conditions. That luckily changed, but the villages are empty and other models are finding their way in. And as I said before, well, Isabel said it, yes. And you also mentioned how difficult it is to include a vision, as you said, which is green or urban ecology, you said, I think. Well, we need to consider the regulation that is being imposed and has to be complied with, which is necessary. We only have one planet. We need to be very much aware of it. There is no planet B, and the farming sector is doing so, but we understand the regulations have a saturating effect for anyone, for any entrepreneurs. We have also the rural assurance method or mechanism. We have the European, national, regional and local legislation to consider. It has to be transposed. It all needs to happen for entrepreneurship to be feasible. Many people just step back. Someone said it, small projects that could lead to large opportunities and job opportunities, because there's another question there in that regard, that are left behind because they are being eaten up by red tape. And then the digital gap. If we want to have opportunities, we need to have that support. People need to have access. People, senior people are lagging behind, and it's been mentioned. What about banking services, technological development? It's also a challenge that we have. Yes. Another topic that has been brought up along the morning that you mentioned, even if shallowly. Antonio, oh, sorry. I think I've taken it out. Another problem mentioned today was that without initiatives, without business projects, without employment or services, it is difficult to get people to stay in the rural environment. So I'd like to know your opinion. Is it feasible, as it is, to increase the number of business initiatives in the rural environment? Is there a breeding ground, a friendly ground? Well, yes, of course. Of course, there are opportunities, there are difficulties, but there are opportunities. Need to consider that there's climate change. That's a framework where food sovereignty plays a relevant role. This region, because of its climate, which is changing, still has an enviable landscape for some crops. The Asturian valleys, which historically were crop areas, then became grazing areas, which are not being used except for some exceptions, such as kiwi farms in Pravia. We have the bottom of the valleys, which are enviable, that we can use to achieve that food sovereignty. We have a wonderful forestry richness with 5, 6 different types of forests, if I'm not mistaken, yet they've been abandoned, neglected. And that neglected forests get that 6th generation fires, but there is a wealth for exploitation, for use, so it's a ground for opportunities. But economy in the rural area, well, we need to be careful about some messages, as I think they lead to important mistakes. Economy in the rural area, the basics needs to be agri-food economy, or agriculture and farming economy, rather. Rural tourism has been mentioned. It's based on the landscape, but the landscape in Asturias is cultural. The green areas do not exist just like that. It's just because there were cattle being bred. Most of the landscape we know is cultural. And Jaime Izquierdo is very good at explaining it, and we need to understand. So the first economy in the rural world needs to be based on farming and cattle breeding. And then we have other economies which are complementary, which are great, such as rural tourism or services that need to be somewhere nearby. But there are also some jobs that are taken away from the urban world, such as remote working. When I hear the news that with co-working we will get rid of depopulation, I'm amazed. How can you send messages just like that? It's great to have co-working. Of course it is great to have co-working. It is. There will be remote workers. Of course there will be. If there is farming and cattle breeding activity, so that it can happen. So we need to be objective about it. But yes, of course, there are opportunities. There are many. If we have the climate and the territory that allow for opportunities, and there is a law, of course, there's a problem with the law, of course, and we need to keep working on the red tape, explaining that measures need to be taken, but there are opportunities. Just to complement what Pablo said, thank you for saying that it has to be about husbandry and farming. Of course, there are opportunities to incentivize business creation. In the agricultural world, it would be enough to keep what we have, I would say, and just get it growing. You need to have business people, but you also need to have labor. And we are short on labor. People to pick up the kiwis and also others to milk the cows. But if there is willingness, if there's a political, social will, if we add resources and have a powerful strategy so that our landscape is still green without the weed, so that our cows and dairy cows keep grazing, so that we can have apple cider areas, production areas, and also help with the mountainous areas with connectivity and digitalization and remote work and everything you want. But lawyers coming from Madrid to Asturias to work remotely, not so many. We need people to work in the territory, and they need to feel it's worth it. Thank you, Raquel. Thank you. I agree with my colleagues. I don't know if this is politically correct, but I think there's a risk in rural areas where large projects might be implemented they are usually about mining resources out of the territories. Taking them outside, it creates a bubble of economic activity, or not. Maybe for the one that gets the job is not a bubble. But in the end, they devoid territories of their identity. And they also might risk other activities, hamper activities such as husbandry or fishing in coastal areas. We have an example of an potential mining company coming, but there are others in other territories. So rural areas becoming sacrificial areas is a risk. So we, the settlers, we need to be aware of it. Risking traditional ways of life, as Pablo said, I agree, I fully agree. I think the population might stay in rural areas if there's an activity linked to the territories. If not, it'll be very difficult. There are territories, as Marcos said, that are within the threshold. But below the threshold, it will be impossible. We need to keep what we have. These activities that are linked to production and food processing and insurance sovereignty and food security, our own villages years ago, we had this study with just a few resources, with the ministry, with the Confederation for Rural Development, looking into the production of food in Asturias. 96% of all the food, of ecological food, comes from outside of Asturias. So I think it explains that there's a huge potential to produce it without having it come from Asturias. So the productive potential in Asturias, we all know it in our valleys, but elsewhere as well. There is this culture or cuisine that is so rich, that is so attractive, that can complement tourism. So I think we have a large room for entrepreneurship and opportunity creation, small-scale projects, as we hear all over Asturias, but there could be many more. So what about the caregiving economy for the people who want to stay in a village? They need to have access to it, so there's many opportunities, and we need to consider aging of the population, but it's an opportunity to care for people. Actually, yesterday morning, in the projects for home-based support, as with Elorrio in Tapia, there are many women working and offering services, home-based care services that are high quality, so that people, all the people, can stay in their homes. And I think it has to be widespread and can lead to employment. And I think as well that traditional sectors, as you mentioned, will have to be transformed and adjusted to a new reality. And there can be other opportunities as well. And I think someone else said it earlier today. Public procurement, public administrations need to add value to productions and services provided by social economy institutions to make sure that they are implemented and that can lead to economic activity. That's great. Two very positive answers, also warning about dangers in future developments. Then finally, one last question, and I would like you to summarize today. See what's the role of social economy in rural areas. I'll be quick. The financial activity in the rural environment has always been cooperation-based. Neighbors would get organized with sexta feria and dechas for common interest or to help each other. during some seasons, such as haying season. Even for healthcare services, the support was always neighbor provided. So there is a cultural, social cooperation methodology that feeds into the social economy. And actually, Asturias has social economy companies that are very relevant. And CAPS is an example from '69, right? And you also mentioned Campo Astur. So it is the small producers that get the critical mass to get access to global markets, more global markets and not just local, and they become more professional. So social economy in its basis has a rural culture that helps out support, and it makes sense because it's a win-win for professionalization and for getting to different markets if you get to be part of a cooperative or similar institution. Well, I think the main role would be getting people at the center. A cooperative or an employee-owned company, it's a safety net for the members, but all the decisions think first of people. Then we think of the trade, of making money on the free market. But then there's what our sector does. There was the war in the Ukraine, cereal prices went off the roof, and so the co-ops tried to tamper or stop the effect. Otherwise, farmers wouldn't have been able to afford it. And then the negotiating power vis-à-vis the outside, the European market is very competitive, shorter margins, brands fight off these white brands which are complicated, and having someone to defend you, having someone to ensure that they will buy what you're producing, it gives you that safety and security so that families can think of a future, of having children, of investing in the future, in the farms, and then that network of farmers creates and dynamizes the economy around it, such as a machinery shop or a vet clinic or interprofessional lab. Whatever creates employment in the rural environment, and which of course is another important step. Thank you, Raquel. We are already out of time, so I will not repeat what you've said. I agree. I think I've mentioned it, but I wanted to claim, even though I've said it already, projects on solidarity and social economy, projects that do not reach the dimension they need, the support that we get from associations, that village culture where everyone is supported, everyone gets help, and they can make those projects that are closer to the territory happen. They will create opportunities. And something I didn't mention, but mention it during over coffee. And it happened with the LEADER project. For tourism, you needed large investment and you could only work on tourism. I don't know if it worked. With the first leaders, it wasn't like this. You could have your own tourism project, agritourism. Those were the models back then. And then funding would let you have other type of activities. But they need to be large investments, and so there's a greater risk. And we know tourism in Asturias is just happening a few months a year, so it makes it a bit more difficult. And also access to credit for small projects is another difficulty. And that's what I talked about, ethical banking, the opportunities and territories need support and not hindrances and extra regulation. Okay, as Antonio said, we are late as it is. Let me just conclude this panel. A few minutes to thank the speakers for their interventions, which I think were wonderful as part of this meeting. And let me thank the foundation, Edmundo and his team, and Dolores and Marta and Herman. Thank you for organizing this meeting. You were so right. And also the political representative, Nacho Iglesias, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, all of you, for your attention.
And also repeat, in case perhaps you're not familiar with us and our work, we are the foundation, which is the instrument of the Principality of Asturias government to foster social economy in the Principality. So whether you are business people, local bodies, local action groups that have to do with local development, what have you, we are at your disposition on behalf of the government that we depend on in order to help foster this in your territories. And so now, with no further ado, I will turn the floor over to Nacho Iglesias, who is the Director General of Companies, SMEs, and Entrepreneurs, so that he can just say a few words and close today's session. Thank you to everyone, and very briefly and quickly, it's been more than 5 hours of a very intense day with many reflections, talking about a lot of projects and initiatives. Now, for me, I would just say there are 3 messages to finish up. First of all, let us not forget the focus of today's work. This needs to be kind of the starting gun to incorporate ourselves into this European network of social economy. That's the main reason why we have held this forum. One of the sessions I had with Edmundo in the area of all of his work when I came on board in the regional ministry was this network. Some very interesting reflections have been put forth with respect to the importance of belonging to these networks, in this case the European Union. I think it was Carlos Lozano who said that the decisions that are made in Brussels, we would all agree, are highly relevant and have a great impact at a regional level and on our territories. And so being present in these European networks together with other regions will allow us to share experiences in other areas and also enable us to carry out activities that will have an impact in Asturias, our territories. Second, I think there have been many messages that are in line with and endorse the role of the social economy in rural areas as a generator of economic activity and employment. As Edmundo said, I'm in charge of businesses, SMEs, and entrepreneurship. And I think we are very convinced that one of the main pieces of the demographic challenge in this area is the economic challenge. I would agree with what some of the reflections that have been put forth, in that this is a multivariate kind of consideration. In my case in particular, I think the economic challenge and the challenge of creating more businesses that remain in Asturias, and especially in the rural areas, will help us to work in this field of the democratic challenge that we are currently facing. And to do that, I think the social economy is a basic, fundamental tool to aid us in this area. And finally, my third message is acknowledgement. The chairs, the moderators of the different panels are to be commended. You stuck to your timetables, and I think you've done a very good job of focusing the debates, as well as to all of the speakers, particularly those people who have come from other autonomous communities, from Madrid, from Valencia, Iñaki from Pamplona, from Navarre. And so thank you very much for your participation. And add my name to the thanks that all of the moderators have made, and to the Foundation for Social Economy Advancement for holding a day's forum such as today. That all of you here know that it takes a lot of work. There's a lot of hours that are dedicated to coordinating and putting together this. So I'd like to thank them for their work to make this a success. So I would just say we have just a wine in the front hall, and we can continue to talk and debate about social economy. So thank you very much.